Education in Connecticut. In this position, he faced the unprecedented challenge of responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and led the safe school reopening efforts in Connecticut. To do so, Secretary Cardona and his department provided school districts with the balance of guidance, local autonomy, and oversight needed to ensure equitable and meaningful educational opportunities for students while also prioritizing public health mitigation measures. Since it's his first time here, first of many, hopefully. He has 2 decades of experience as a public school educator. He began his career as an elementary school teacher. He then served as a school principal. So with that, I will turn it over to the secretary. He has a short timeline, so he'll be able to take just a couple questions today. As always, I'll be the bed cop, but we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As Jen mentioned, I'm Miguel Cardona. We're at a critically important time in our nation's history in education, and I'm honored to serve as a Secretary of Education. My goal, my priority right now is to safely reopen as many schools as possible, as quickly as possible. And to do that, earlier today, I notified all 50 states, DC, and Puerto Rico of the amount of funds they'll be receiving from the American Rescue Plan, totaling nearly $122 billion to help them reopen safely and quickly. I'm also pleased to share that HHS is allocating an additional $10 billion for states to do screening and surveillance testing in schools to make sure we can not only open our schools, but keep them open. And then thirdly, I'm really, really excited to announce that next week we will be having our national reopening summit for schools, where we're going to hear best practices from across the country on how to do this safely and how to do it quickly. Because we know there are great examples out there. We know students learn best from students, teachers learn best from teachers, and states will learn best from states on how to safely reopen schools quickly. I'm really excited that Dr. Jill Biden will be offering opening remarks, and Dr. Rochelle Walensky will also be in attendance. So I'm excited about that. You know, as a parent and as an educator, I know the value of in-person learning. And for those of you that are parents here, you know there's no substitute for in-person learning. So I'm excited to get to work, making sure we can safely reopen our schools as quickly as possible. I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Hey, Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here. You talked about the money that you informed states that they're getting. How will you ensure that the money is actually spent for the things that schools need to reopen?
Great question. Thank you. It's critically important that we use the funds to support our students, especially those students who have had gaps exacerbated as a result of this pandemic. We know achievement and opportunity gaps have widened. So it's critically important that that process is not only communicated with the education department, but publicly as well. We will be receiving reports from the states on how they're going to be using their money, and we also expect those reports to be public.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Now that teachers are eligible in most every state, what do you say to those teachers and school officials who refuse to get vaccinated?
Well, you know, the vaccination is one of those strategies that we know, in addition to the mitigation strategies, allow for schools to safely reopen. So it's critically important that we vaccinate as many as possible, and we promote the benefits of the vaccination to make sure we have safe school communities. So the message really is, if you're able to get a shot, and you know that's a strategy to help keep our schools open.
Making it mandatory if teachers want to come back unvaccinated, that's fine by you.
At this point, vaccination is available for educators, and I'm proud that the president prioritized educators to be vaccinated, because we know that when that's not the case, it's more likely that schools will close due to quarantine.
About the money quickly, we know that you said $122 billion will be given to the states from the American Rescue Plan right now. The CBO anticipated that the bulk of the spending of funds provided through that plan won't be provided until after 2021. There was, I think, $67 billion that existed from the past relief plans that have been passed that, according to the CBO, the bulk of which had not been spent. So why, at first, is that accurate? And why hasn't more of that money been spent right now, even before the American Rescue Plan money was sent out, to get those schools to safely reopen?
we know that the bulk of the money is also being used on human resources, and that's paid out as people perform the service or are hired and their contracts are paid out. And services also are paid when they're given. And we're in March, we still have some of the school year left. We're looking to release funds this month, and we know that schools are needing that to not only prepare for reopening now, but also to plan ahead. We know that when our students come back, they're going to need more social emotional support. We know that our schools have to be designed to meet the needs of the students after they return after a pandemic. So this is a long-term process also that they can plan for next year and the following year as well with this American Rescue.
They announced $12 billion to help ramp up testing in schools. How soon before we're actually going to see some of this surveillance?
That's $10 billion from the Health and Human Services Department. So we're looking to get that soon. We know that that's a tool to help keep schools open, not only reopen, but keep them open in the near future. The goal really is this spring, we want our students back in school as quickly, as safely as possible, and that's going to assist in that process.
And we're more than halfway, obviously, through March. Do you have any kind of update on the administration's effort to try and get every teacher at least one shot by the end of the month, where that stands?
You know, I'm really pleased that at the state level, many states recognize the importance of vaccinating educators, not only teachers, but paraeducators, custodians, bus drivers. They're critically important parts of that school community. So we know that that's a priority in our different states. And I think it's, as I said earlier, it's part of the strategy to make sure that our schools are safely reopened, in addition to those mitigation strategies that we know when working, we can also use to safely reopen our schools.
Kristen, you're gonna be the last one, but we'll bring them back.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary.
Yeah.
Today, the head of the CDC said that they are looking to update guidance, reducing the social distancing recommendations from 6 feet to 3 feet. This was one of the stickiest sticking points for so many schools as they tried to reopen. Are you at all frustrated by this potential course correction?
Not at all. Listen, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and I know the success we've had in Connecticut when I was Commissioner of Education was because we worked very closely with our health department, and we recognize this is a health pandemic, and we're always going to take guidance from our health experts, our sister agencies that are health experts. So I recognize it may change, and if it does, we're going to be able to adapt and work with them. We were successful because we work closely with them, and we recognize that that partnership is what's going to lead to our schools being open as quickly as possible. Thank you.
If you reduce it to 3 feet, would it make it much easier for schools to reopen, in your opinion?
If it does go to 3 feet, it'll provide more opportunities potentially for students to enter our school, which is the goal.
Say something about the shootings in Atlanta. So the president has spoken out very strongly about the need to halt violence against Asian Americans. As the education secretary, do you see some role for the federal government to play in terms of spreading a message of tolerance or to work against discrimination?
My condolences to the family and the communities that suffered that violence. In education, we have a lot of work to do. We have to reopen our schools. We also have to make sure that we're preparing our students for a tomorrow that we want for our students. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. A couple of other things at the top. I wanted to make sure that you all saw the announcement this afternoon from the Treasury Department that as of today, they've dispersed approximately 90 million economic impact payments, which are, of course, the checks, but most of which are going through direct deposit, totaling more than $242 billion following last week's signing of the rescue plan. This is a key down payment toward the president's announcement on Monday that 100 million payments would be sent in 10 days. So we'll continue to update you as we progress. Then the Violence Against Women Act, as you all know, is being considered in Congress today. It is one of the original fasting, I should say, is one of the president's proudest accomplishments. The president applauds the House of Representatives, which will vote today to pass the Violence Against Women Reauthorization Act of 2021 with expected bipartisan support, and with important improvements to increase safety and services for all survivors. Reauthorizing VAWA is a priority for the president, and he urges the Senate to also come together in a bipartisan manner to ensure swift passage of VAWA so that he can sign it into law soon. With that, Darlene, go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. First question, is there any reaction from the White House to Russia recalling its ambassador to the U.S.? It didn't give a specific reason for that move, but it comes after a number of Russia-related developments.
Well, we've certainly seen those reports. I would say that our administration is going to take a different approach in our relationship to Russia than the prior administration. Obviously, the president spoke to this during an interview that he conducted just last night, and we are going to be straightforward, and we are going to be direct in areas where we have concerns. As you know, there is an ongoing review and the president has, while we have announced key conclusions from an intelligence community assessment on the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, there's an ongoing review of other areas where we have ongoing concerns. At the same time, we have areas where we believe we can work together. Obviously, the signing of New START is an example of that. Addressing nuclear proliferation is an example of that. And we hope that there is opportunity there. But our relationship will look different. We will be direct. We will speak out on areas where we have concerns, and it will certainly be. And as the president said last night, certainly the Russians will be held accountable for the actions that they have taken. We'll have more on that soon.
You mentioned the interview last night. The president was asked whether the vice president is the last person in the room with him before decisions, and he responded that most of the time, yes, as a practical matter, yeah, she is. What
Then he went on to say, for the full context of the interview, that she's traveling around the country and referenced the fact that she yesterday was in Denver, Colorado, the day before was in Las Vegas, Nevada, that she has been out there working her heart out, communicating with the American people. So obviously when she's on the road, she's not the person always last in the room by practicality, but otherwise she certainly is. Go ahead.
A question about the situation on the border. It's now been 3 weeks since I think in this room you were first asked about getting us some press access. Why have we still not seen any images inside these facilities?
We remain committed to doing that, and I think these facilities are overseen. HHS, of course, oversees the shelters. The DHS oversees the Border Patrol facilities, and we want to work with them to ensure we can do it, respecting the privacy and obviously the health protocols required by COVID.
And given COVID protocols and obviously privacy concerns, even you all haven't released any images that you obviously could redact if you wanted to.
Again, we remain committed to sharing with all of you data on the number of kids crossing the border, the steps we're taking, the work we're doing to open up facilities, our own bar we're setting for ourselves, and improving and expediting the timeline and the treatment of these children. And we remain committed to transparency. I don't have an update for you on the timeline for access, but it's certainly something we support.
On this, we're hearing from border agents that they're frustrated that they can't show us what's actually happening along the border. They can't do ride-alongs. They can't answer questions about what's happening inside. Certainly seems like there's an element of secrecy here. Why?
I certainly wouldn't characterize it that way. I know there's Border Patrol agents quoted in a lot of your stories and you speak to frequently, and that's something we support. It's obviously there's a long tradition of coordinating with Department of Homeland Security, but if our policy is keeping people quiet, we are not successful, and it is not our policy to prevent people from talking.
On one other topic, I'm wondering if you can explain a little bit the IRS's decision to delay the tax filing deadline by a month. What's the hope of the impact of this?
Sure, I know we've seen some of those reports. I don't believe it's been confirmed or finalized quite yet. So I will let the IRS make their final decisions, and then if that is what moves forward, we're happy to speak to it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. I just kind of want to pick up on
Sure.
Mary's questioning over there. Is the White House or DHS instructing border agents to refuse ride-along requests from reporters? Because that's what a lot of our folks on the ground are hearing.
Again, I think we've seen, watching a number of the reports you all do, a number of Border Patrol officials who are quoted in them, who appear in them, and certainly from the White House, we support that. It's coordinated through the Department of Homeland Security, and I'd point you to them for any additional questions about the logistics of press access.
I mean, our reporters used to be able to get ride-alongs during the Trump administration, and you all came in and promised to be the most truthful and transparent administration, and you all, oversee the Department of Homeland Security. So if you all wanted to grant access to the press, couldn't you just tell DHS to do it?
Again, we fully support transparency, and I would encourage you to talk to the Department of Homeland Security about any requests you have for press access or what you're looking to accomplish at the border.
One
Go
more
ahead.
question. You know, one of the biggest criticisms of the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policy was that it overwhelmed all these border towns in Mexico and created pretty dangerous living conditions for these migrants. And so now you have the exact same thing happening. Even though you all have rescinded that policy, these border towns are overwhelmed, and the president is saying, do not come. So, how is the situation on the ground in Mexico any different?
Well, the situation on the ground is certainly challenging, in part because we inherited a dismantled system that wasn't prepared for uh, processing asylum requests, that had left in place the Remain in Mexico program, where people were in a camp that was did not have the conditions that we felt.
Yeah.
Well, I think what I'm conveying to you is that we are less than 60 days, about 60 days in. We are working to repair what has been an unprepared and dismantled system. It's going to take some time. Our policy is that we're obviously going to continue to uh, uh, make sure we're working through our laws, and the border is not open. But we also, as you know, have changed our policy to approach it in a more humane way and keep kids safe. And that requires putting in place more effective and efficient processing at the border. It's going to take some time. We're working through it. Every day we have new steps and new improvements we're taking to make the system more efficient and effective.
Limit or a cap to the number of unaccompanied minors that are going to be allowed into the U.S.?
A limit or a cap? Should we send some kids who are 10 back at a certain point? Is that what you're asking me?
I'm not setting the policy here. I'm just asking you what the Biden administration's policy is. Is there a limit to the number of children that will be allowed in? I mean, the numbers we're hearing now, 565 on average every day. I'm just curious what the end game is here. How many ultimately would be allowed in?
Well, I think where we are is we're focused on some of the very specific numbers. So when we came into office, there existed about 13,000 permanent beds in HHS or permanent and influx shelter system facilities during the last administration. Thousands of these beds, approximately half, were taken offline due to COVID. Staffing was also reduced to put it on par with the new reduced capacity. This was sufficient for the prior administration. This is how we got here, because they were expelling children in addition to families and single adults. We decided, as you all know, that we will be more humane about how we approach this. There wasn't operational capacity built. The prior administration also did not consider that there were other mitigation efforts like masking, improved ventilation, cohorting, and other measures that would contain the spread of COVID. There's now revised CDC guidance, which means there's greater capacity in these facilities where we can expedite getting children into them. We are taking steps to ensure that when kids come to the border, we look and see if they have a phone number in their pocket so we can call the family member and get them to those family members as quickly as possible. These are the steps that we're taking at this point in time. Our policy continues to be, we're not going to send a 10-year-old back across the border. That was the policy of the last administration. That's not our policy here. Go ahead.
Is if unintentionally, in your commitment to keep these children under 17 or 17 under safe, if unintentionally, is the U.S. government incentivizing parents to send their children across the border alone because that is their best chance to enter and stay in the United States?
Well, that certainly you've heard the president say in this interview that he conducted that he uh, is encouraging people not to come. Now is not the time to come. This is not a safe journey for people to take of any age. And he believes, as he talked about last night, that no parent is looking and just trying to make a bet on whether their kid can kind of make it. This is a very difficult and treacherous journey. Most of these kids are fleeing very challenging circumstances. And his view is that there's a number of steps we need to take and steps that he hopes he can work with Democrats and Republicans on. So that's his goal.
How's that message communicated to the fact we heard him obviously in the interview? How is that message being communicated by the U.S. government to those thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, who are already in the midst of this dangerous journey that they're making to the border right now, and they are not receiving that message?
The thousands of children or the thousands of families?
Children's, families, adults, all of them, all the in between that our teams from Telemundo and other reporters on the ground are meeting.
Well, we convey with every official that speaks. Secretary Ali Mayorkas did an interview just yesterday. You've heard Roberta Jacobson speak to this, and a range of officials beyond them who are speaking directly with countries, working in partnership with them, speaking directly through channels that are in the region, that now is not the time to come. The border is not open. This is a treacherous journey. The vast majority of people will be certainly sent back on their journey. And that's the message we're sending.
It seems maybe it's a mixed message that's received right now, but initially Alejandro Mayorkas said, don't come now, right? And then we heard from the president saying, don't come. The U.S. is in the process of setting up this system so that in your own home country, you can apply for asylum.
Yeah.
So how do you, it appears to be a mixed message, or it's received as a mixed message, which is don't come now, come later, and others don't come at all.
Well, I think this is no doubt a complicated circumstance. And what we are trying to do is address this in an effective and humane manner. And that requires putting in place additional policies and measures. You referenced one of them, which is reinstituting the CAM program, which would allow kids to apply from their home country. That is certainly a positive, an option.
How long would it take till that's available to?
We are hoping that can be happen soon. I don't have an exact timeline for you, but we would like to put that back in place. It was a program that was already in place and was ended in 2017. So that's an example. We want to build on beyond that, so we can have programs where it ensures that kids are not taking this difficult journey, that they have other choices and other options. But I was also, and this will take some more time, but we're going to keep seeing these cycles, which we've seen. This is not the first cycle. 2014, 2018. These numbers have been increasing since April of 2020 of last year. Unless we work together, Democrats and Republicans, to address the root causes, there have been policies and bills the president worked with Senator Lindsey Graham as an example on a bill to try to give more funding to address the root causes in these countries. If we don't take those steps now, we're going to keep being on these cycles every year, year after year.
Last question from the interview last night.
Yeah.
We talked about the topic of Governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo. I guess my question is, why did President Biden feel the need
Answered that question.
this podium? Previous Democratic administrations, they've said we're not going to weigh in, not going to put our finger on anything that has to do with the Justice Department or their.
He was
decision.
not saying this is going to happen. Obviously, the process is going to play out. There's an ongoing investigation that should be swift. It should be thorough, and obviously, it will determine what the outcome is here. And he certainly respects that.
Thank you, Jen.
Go ahead.
A couple of questions. So on the Atlanta shootings, do you see some need for the White House and the administration to create perhaps a point person to address anti-Asian violence, even though the shooting hasn't necessarily been linked? It is a concern that the president has raised. Is there some move afoot like that?
Well, first I would say that it's important to note that the president, we've put out a few updates today, but just to reiterate, he was briefed overnight. He obviously talked to the Attorney General and the FBI Director this morning, and we're continuing to monitor the situation. As you touched on, local and federal law enforcement are still determining a motive. They had their own press conference this morning. That doesn't change the fact that this news was horrific. And broadly speaking, there has been an increase, as you have noted, and we have all seen, in attacks and crimes and hate crimes as well, and other circumstances against Asian Americans. And that's why he raised this in his address when he delivered in his primetime address on Thursday night. He did sign an executive order, and actually there are ongoing processes, including from the Department of Justice, where they're doing listening sessions now. HHS will start those soon. He signed that executive order within the early part of his administration. And he's also asked Susan Rice and Cedric Richmond to do listening sessions as well, so that we can hear from the community and determine how that should impact policies moving forward. Broadly speaking, as you know, there's also an ongoing review of domestic violent extremism that is wide ranging. That is a 100-day review that will take a look at a range of issues, and that will also be a longer term strategic comprehensive look at how that impacts our society. And this will certainly be a part of that.
Just wanted to follow up on North Korea. So
Sure.
the talks that are happening with the Chinese.
Mhm.
What are you looking for from China in terms of its response to North Korea? The U.S. military expects North Korea to resume testing of ICBMs. What would that mean for your review of those policies?
I don't think we're going to get ahead of their testing. If they decide to test, I will say that part of our strategy as it relates to the denuclearization of North Korea is, of course, to lead with diplomacy. and engagement with partners in the regions, even some where we have at times adversarial relationships, is a key part of that strategy. And so the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, were also just recently in South Korea, a meeting with also with the Japanese. They are key partners as we discuss security in the region, and certainly the threats from North Korea are part of that. And obviously that will be part of the discussion with the Chinese. But the strategy is to coordinate and discuss with partners in the region so that we can determine what the path forward looks like.
Finally, on Mexico, since we're talking about the border, but Mexico and Canada are also looking for doses of vaccine. There's some reporting out saying that those would be at the top of the list. Can you confirm those reports? Can you say, there's a growing demand? I keep asking this question, like there's so much demand out there, and the level of vaccination is so disparate in the advanced economies and in developing countries, but also in neighboring countries. So can you just say what your strategy is to get vaccines out to the rest of the world so that there aren't, increases in variants and all the other negative, consequences of not getting the pandemic under control?
Sure. Well, Andrea, our first strategy is, of course, to ensure the American people are vaccinated, and 1,400 people a day are still dying in the United States of America. And so we are still in the midst of fighting a war against the pandemic right here. Now, we have vaccinated more people in this country because of access, because of supply, because of operational capacity than virtually any other country in the world. And we also want to be, the president wants to be, we all want to be contributing members of the global community and getting the pandemic under control. Any decision we make about requests, and we have them from around the world, as you well know, and are tracking, will ensure that we're able to still quickly vaccinate the American people, as that remains our top priority. We have received requests from both Mexico and Canada and are considering those requests carefully, but I don't have any update for you on whether they will be granted and a timeline for that. Go ahead.
Following up on Darlene's question about the Russians who are clearly very
Yeah.
upset, what did the president actually mean when he answered yes or something like that to is President Putin a killer? Was he talking literally or was he talking metaphorically?
I don't have anything more for you to provide analysis on that, but I can say
Extremely upset about it.
he also repeated a story that he told in his own book about a conversation he had with President Putin, and as was evident in the readout we provided of the call the president had with President Putin, he does not hold back on his concerns about what we see as malign and problematic actions, whether it is engagement in the 2020 intervention in the 2020 election interference, a report obviously released just yesterday, their involvement in the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, ongoing reviews that are related to bounties on troops, and of course the solar winds hack. So he's not going to hold back in his direct communications, nor is he going to hold back publicly. And we have still found ways to work together on areas where we have mutual interests, including the extension of New START by 5 years. So that's diplomacy in action. There, go ahead.
Sorry, one more, if
Yeah.
you don't mind, yeah. From moving from Russia to China, while Secretaries Blinken and Austin are out in Asia, there's an elephant in the room, which would be the growing talk about China having designs on Taiwan. Is the US publicly committed to defending Taiwan, come what may?
I don't think I have anything new on our policy as it relates to Taiwan for you today. Obviously, there are a range of topics, including Taiwan, that will be discussed in these conversations in Anchorage that are happening over the next 2 days, if I'm getting the time frame correct. And I'm sure the Secretary of State and their National Security Advisor will come out and engage with the press when those meetings conclude. Go ahead.
Back to that DNI report, there's an assessment in there that Moscow will continue to try to influence U.S. elections. And it said the reason is that the Kremlin has concluded that it's a manageable risk. And so I'm wondering, I anticipate that you're cooking up some sanctions down the road, review and whatnot, and we've heard some sharp language from the president. But it seems like Moscow has concluded that they can handle that. And so how will you keep them from interfering in the third consecutive presidential election?
Well, first, the president's relationship and this administration's relationship with the Russians will be very different from what we've seen over the last 4 years. And we've already seen evidence of that from his first phone call with President Putin. President Biden has been clear that the United States will also respond to a number of destabilizing Russian actions. And as you know, and as we've already talked about, we have requested new or declassified intelligence community assessments in 4 such areas and plan to respond to each of them in the coming weeks. Those are ongoing. I would say that the Russians have intervened or attempted to intervene in elections for many years. I mean, long before 2016. And we, certainly are very eyes wide open about that and fully aware of that. But they're going to pay a price, as the president conveyed last night. We are not going to look the other way, as we saw a bit over the last 4 years, and we will continue to press them on their actions.
The language in that report, it said proxies for President Putin have undergone a disinformation campaign, or underwent a disinformation campaign, in particular alleging or pushing out disinformation of corruption of President Biden, and also the report specifically mentions his son. So what is his reaction to Putin and his proxies going after him personally?
That was not our first awareness of that. I think we all saw that play out in public. So the president felt it was important to release the unclassified version of this report, which, as you know, the assessment was done under the last administration. It is the evidence of the hard work of the men and women in the civil service who keep government functioning. But it's important for people in this country, members of Congress, other countries to understand what their actions are. And if we want our adversaries like Russia are attempting to divide us. And one of our strategies is to transparently expose their tactics so that the world is aware of them. So that's why we released this report. Go ahead.
On the president's interview, he said on taxes that anybody making more than 400,000 will see a small to a significant tax increase. To clarify, did he mean individuals or households? Because it wasn't very clear. And Secretary Yellen, I think, has referred to households before.
Families. Yeah.
Not
Good. Oh, go ahead.
On schools, and I didn't get to ask the secretary, but I know the White House is committed to trying to open schools 5 days a week. How many hours a day would that include? Are you pushing for full school days 5 days a week?
Yep. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm very drawn to the green. I'm sorry. Go ahead. And the red and the green, go ahead.
The president said in the Oval Office, he didn't, I'm going back to Atlanta, and then I want to ask you another question on the border. But the president said in the Oval Office, he didn't want to make a connection on the motivation in Atlanta. But to broaden it out, why does the president think attacks on Asian Americans are increasing in this country? Why does he?
Well, he wanted to be very clear because there's an ongoing FBI investigation, right? And he didn't want to attribute motive. There are law enforcement authorities who do that, and it's important to note when the investigation is concluded or not. So that was a bar he was working to respect there. I think there's no question that some of the damaging rhetoric that we saw during the prior administration, blaming calling COVID, the Wuhan virus or other things, led to, perceptions of the Asian American community that are inaccurate, unfair, have raised, threatening, has elevated threats against Asian Americans. And we're seeing that around the country. That's why even before the horrific events of last night, he felt it was important to raise this issue, elevate it during his first primetime address, why he signed the executive order earlier in his presidency. And he will continue to look for ways to elevate and talk about this issue moving forward.
I said yesterday he does not have plans to visit the border. Why not?
Because his focus is on action and taking actions and moving forward policies to ensure we are expediting the processing at the border, that we are opening more facilities, that we are putting in place policies that will move kids more quickly through the Border Patrol facilities, more quickly into safe and secure homes. And that's where his focus is.
He doesn't want to get a firsthand look down there himself and talk to officials there. How is he getting updates?
He talks to plenty of officials, and he also has received a briefing with photos and directly from his team who went and visited the border and went to a range of facilities.
How frequently is he getting updates on some of the numbers of people who are being taken in, and how frequently is he talking to officials that are down there who are getting that firsthand look?
Well, he's getting updates. I mean, sometimes it's a part of his PDB. He gets updates regularly. I mean, several times a week. It's an issue that is front and center for him. And certainly he's asking questions in a range of meetings with senior officials about progress that's made, about systems that he thinks should be unstuck, about looking for more creative ideas to help ensure these kids are treated. They are put into safe. They are treated put into safe places, and that the work is expedited at the border. Go ahead.
There's a report out that the president personally opposes the reopening of the Homestead Detention Center in Florida. Does he have a personal view on it, or is he just deferring to HHS?
HHS is in charge of looking at facilities and which ones are going to be the most appropriate and effective ones to reopen, and he certainly defers to them on decisions that are made on that front.
Because this has been controversial, and I don't need to tell you this.
Yes.
Facility in the past, so he doesn't have a particular position on it. It's still on the table that it could reopen.
There hasn't been a decision. HHS would be the ones making a decision. I don't have anything more about the president's personal point of view about specific facilities.
Just on the president's remarks on taxes last night. Two things. One, when might we expect a major push on this? And two, what does small to significant?
It depends on how much money you make. Are you a billionaire? Then you may pay more in taxes than someone making, family making $425. There's going to be a range in any tax proposal. He talked about this on the campaign trail, and he talked about it during this interview last night, in part because it's on his mind about how to ensure people are paying their fair share, and that we are looking for revenue funds to continue to build back better. But I don't have a timeline for you on when you'll hear more. It's just something that he has long had a commitment to, and I expect in the coming months, or sooner than that, you'll hear more about his next stages of his agenda. But this is certainly part of what's on his mind and what he would like to work with Congress on. Go ahead.
In the ABC interview, the president said that democracy is having a hard time functioning. Can you clarify, was he just talking there about the Senate and the filibuster, or is it a broader concern?
He was asked in that frame, and asked in the frame of how to get work done, and how to move forward the agenda for the American people. And the president's an optimist. He is a person who believes that there is a lot of opportunity for Democrats and Republicans to work together, that there is a history of support for some of his major priorities, whether it's infrastructure or solving cancer, taking steps to help cure cancer, to increasing America's competitiveness. There's another bill that's being considered on that front. That there's a lot of areas where even immigration, there's a long history of Democrats and Republicans working together on that policy. So he's a believer that there is an opportunity to work together. But what he's seen is democracy having a hard time functioning. And in part, that is why were there no Republicans who supported a piece of legislation that almost 80% of the American people supported? That doesn't seem like it's democracy functioning there. And so he was answering a question that was about the filibuster, but more broadly speaking about what he's seeing.
And one other thing, because we're in talking to the Taoiseach, did he make any commitment as far as once presidential travel resumes to a trip there?
I know in his heart he would really like to go, and I'm going to go on that trip. So I'm not aware of any specific timeline for travel or anything along those lines that was made. I'm happy to check for you. He has today will look much different than this year, as I know he did during the meeting. So, everybody get some sleep and rest before a year from now. We've got plenty of time. Go ahead, Jeff.
He's briefed with photos. Has he asked for or been shown these photos of inside the children being held for 3 days?
Yes, that was part of the briefing he received when his team came back.
he approves of what he saw. It didn't look too uncomfortable. I know the media are trying to get in there to get their own pictures. It looks okay to him.
I certainly did not say that. This is the Border Patrol facilities are not facilities made for children. He is committed to expediting the processing at the border. One of the reasons he wanted a briefing from people who have been in there is so he can see himself what it looks like. And he has redoubled. He was already committed before this his efforts to ensure we limit it to 3 days, and that we move kids as quickly as possible into these shelter facilities where they can have access to health, to medical experts, to educational experts, to legal advice, and even beyond that. One of the practical steps that he's really pushed the team on is how many of these kids, when they come across the border, have a phone number in their pocket, and can we embed HHS and ORR in the system, in the process, so that they can call that number and see if that can be a vetted family member to get these. He wanted all the specific details. He got that briefing, which I talked about a bit in here about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. I can't remember the timeline. And since then, we've put in place a number of steps to expedite the process, to look for additional facilities, and to look for ways to improve the very challenging situation at the border. Let me just go to make sure I get to everyone. Linda, go ahead.
Sure. Hi. Thanks, Jen. One from me and then one I'm the pool reporter, so I have one
Okay.
from another outlet. So my question actually was for Secretary Cardona, but I'll ask you.
Sure.
Is the Biden administration concerned about the number of families choosing alternatives to public education pandemic? And does the administration have a plan to encourage them to return to public school?
It's a great question. I wish you'd asked him that question. I'm happy to talk to him about it. I know he had a very limited amount of time today. I was just excited to get him here. Look, I know that this past year has not looked for school. As a mother myself, my daughter did not start kindergarten this year. And I know we know a lot of people had to make different choices. But I can talk to him more about what the plans are to encourage people to get back into the public school system. And obviously that's an important and vital part of communities across the country. Did you have a second question you want to?
The other question from another outlet. So after today's meeting with Irish Taoiseach, are there other international meetings on the president's agenda in coming weeks?
There certainly will be. I don't have any to preview for you today, but engaging, he's had a number already of remote engagements with his counterparts around the world. Foreign policy is one of his first loves. And so I certainly can convey to you that he will have more of those in the weeks ahead. And as they're scheduled and finalized, we'll share those details with you. Go ahead in the back.
On the COVID-19 vaccines, what does the president say to Americans who have ethical concerns about taking some of those vaccines that might violate their conscience?
Give me a little more information. Why would it violate their conscience?
The Johnson one.
Well,
that one has ties to a connection to abortion-derived cell lines. So some people were worried that would violate their conscience. Taking that, so the president would say what to that?
Would say, I know the Pope has spoken to the safety and efficacy of all 3 vaccines, and the American people. These vaccines have been experts. They're trying to save people's lives, keep people safe, and return our country to normal.
On schools, billions are going out to try to get them to reopen now. If come fall, would the administration find that unacceptable?
We certainly expect schools to be open in the fall. Go,
On
okay.
airports?
Yep.
TSA reporting big numbers going to airports. Is the administration worried that the COVID-19 response team's message is just not getting through to people? They're telling people, don't travel, don't travel, don't travel. And people are plowing through the airports.
Well, we certainly have to reiterate, and our health and medical team are doing the same. It's not a political message. It's a message from our doctors that's just conveying the fact that the guidelines have not changed in terms of limiting commercial travel. If people are not vaccinated, risks to travel, we've seen that play out. They've spoken to this frequently, our health and medical experts. So we'll just have to keep reiterating that message. We understand it's hard. People want to see their family members. People want to go see their friends, but we are fighting through this pandemic. People are still dying across the country, and we'll keep at reminding people of that. Go ahead in the back.
Press conference next week with the president. Any idea how it's going to be assembled? Will it be in here or somewhere else?
I don't think it will be in here because it would be very limited numbers in here. We are working to figure out where we can do it in the White House to ensure we have a greater number of people who can attend, and we will do that in a very transparent manner. So we're site looking at this point in time, and we'll have more updates for you soon. Go ahead in the back.
First question from a colleague. Is President Biden going to call as the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, in the near future? Do you have any update or any other potential engagements in the near future?
I don't have any previews for you on foreign leader calls at this point. Typically, we preview those maybe the day before, but I'm sure he will have some in the near future, but I don't have any specific ones to preview for you today.
And on the vaccine, the president said yesterday that the US is in talks with several countries about sharing vaccine. In the past, you critiqued vaccine diplomacy, and you suggested that it should be done through international projects or institutions. Do you exclude sharing vaccine on a bilateral basis?
I think our criticism was in response to questions about whether we were concerned about how vaccines were being used in some ways by Russia and China in ways that they've used aid and international assistance where there are no strings attached. And sometimes it allows countries to hold themselves to lower standards on human rights, on freedom of the press, freedom of speech. And we've seen that play out, as we know, in recent years. So that certainly would be something that is of concern to us. We have not yet provided vaccine doses to any country. We, of course, have a range of requests and a number of requests, and we will consider those carefully. But since we have not done that yet, I don't really have anything more to update you on. Yeah.
You talked about the team that went to the border.
Yes.
They briefed the president. They showed him photographs.
Yeah.
I think there was a request at some point to have members of that team come back into the briefing room and do a briefing. So where does that stand? And since there are teams, why not release those? Since with the previous lines of questioning, you have said go to the Border Patrol or go to DHS.
Have you invite them to the briefing room and talk to them about the photo?
Or configuration of staff members, will they be making periodic trips down there to assess conditions, or was this one and done?
I expect we'll have additional trips to the border, but I don't have one to preview for you today. Thank you, everyone. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I was
400.
I was saying that if you're a billionaire, you're going to pay more in taxes than somebody making 425, over 400, over 400. I was just as an example.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to change the threshold.
Yeah, we were just like, oh no.
No. I should have used something more, 572. Thank you.
So we're very pleased this evening to have as our special guest Donald Trump. As you all know, I usually go through elaborate introductions because I've memorized them and figure I should basically show everybody that I've actually done the research. In this case, I don't really know that he needs as great an introduction as some of the guests that I have given an introduction to. I think it's fair to say he's one of the best known business developers, businessmen, real estate developers, entrepreneurs, celebrities, TV hosts, golf promoters and developers, and all around well-known person in the United States. And I thought that it would be very, very interesting for everybody to hear from Donald Trump. So I wanted to thank you, Donald, for coming this evening.
Oh, it's my honor. Thank you very much. Great honor.
So let me start by asking you this. And it's rumored that you are thinking of going to Iowa soon to maybe do some exploratory work. And my question is, why would you consider a job that has a smaller home and an older plane than you currently have? Why
That's
would
a
you?
very tough question and a very good question. Well, first of all, David called me. He said, would you do this? When David calls, I say yes. When other people call, maybe
Well,
not so
thank
much.
you.
But it's a great honor to be here tonight, I must say, and it's an amazing group. So many friends. One of them is David Bossi, who right now is heading up that dinner and that whole weekend. And he said, in Iowa. And he said, would you do it? And I have great respect for David and what he's done and what he represents. And so I agreed to do it. And it's going to be a great event. Like, this is your biggest sellout crowd. I think we're going to have the biggest sellout crowd that they've ever had in Iowa, too, from what I'm understanding. So I look forward to that. But I'm actually also going the night before. There's a real estate dinner in Iowa done by a very, very big company and a terrific company. And they asked me to be the keynote speaker. So I'm there for two reasons, real estate and politics.
Okay, so, but let me finish that up. Are you considering maybe getting into politics as a candidate or running for president, or you're not sure yet?
Well, I've been building buildings all my life. We've done a great job, as you understand. And one thing about David, if he didn't think we did a good job, I wouldn't be here tonight. That I can tell you. But we've done a good job, and I am considering it very strongly. A lot of people think that I have fun with it, that I'm playing games, that I enjoy the process, and I do enjoy the process to a certain extent. But the country's in serious, serious trouble. We just, as you know, we just broke $18 trillion in debt, largely to different places like China and others. And we just are in very, very serious trouble. So I am considering it very strongly.
Oh, so when do you think you might make a decision?
Sometime after the beginning of the year, probably sometime in March, April, or May.
Okay. So you wouldn't start below the top job. The president's the top job. You wouldn't start a little bit lower, no? Governor or something, just to get a little experience in the governor?
I've dealt in politics all my life. All of my life I've been in politics, and usually as a supporter on the other side, and I support a lot of different people, and people that I think are going to be good. I'm a Republican, but I'll support people that I really think are going to be good. And frankly, I just think we need something very good, very fast, or we're going to be in very big trouble as a country. And a lot of it's common sense. For instance, the torture report. Do we have to announce the torture report? Which, by the way, cost $40 million to do. I'm trying to figure out, how does this report cost $40 million? They paid these couple of guys $40 million. They paid $80 million to come up with the process. And there's so much, there's so many things that I see in this country, whether it's common sense or whatever. And I have a big voice. I have, millions and millions of followers on Twitter and Facebook. And when I say something, some people don't like it, but most people do like it. And whether it's jobs, and the thing I like best, and I think the thing that I'm best at, is the economy and how to put people to work. And that's what we need in this country.
Right. Campaign is typically a 2-year process.
Right.
And then if you're elected president, you have to spend 4 or 8 years at it, right in the peak of your earning period. You would say that's okay?
Well, I have a great company with tremendously talented people. I have some of those people sitting right here at the table, some of my executives, but I also have children. I have 3 of my 5 children are in the company, Don, Eric, and Ivanka, and they've done a fantastic job. And 4 years ago, I was leading in the polls. I was beating everybody in the polls, and what happened is I just really was loving what I do. I love what I do. I would rather do what I'm doing than run for president. But I also love the country more, and I just think that unless I see somebody that's outstanding, I would very much be inclined to do it.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't think you can make any more news than you just made. So,
All right, let's go home, folks.
all right. So let's start back at the beginning, if we could. All right. Your father was a pretty prominent real estate developer in not in Manhattan, but in
Brooklyn and Queens. Yes.
So, as a young boy, you would say you were aggressive, maybe, and you were sent to a military academy?
I was sent to military academy. My father said, you need a little discipline. You're sort of tough to handle. And they sent me up to a military academy, New York Military Academy, where we had some really tough people working up there. And, I was supposed to be a very smart person, but I was on the aggressive side. And they were terrific. These were drill sergeants. We had one Major Tobias, used to be Sergeant Tobias at the time. He got promoted over the years to Major, and Now he's actually a colonel, and he's very old, but he's a great guy. And he was tough. And you didn't talk back to him. Today you couldn't do this, okay? This is a different world. But you just didn't talk back to this guy, or it was bad, bad trouble. And I mean, today they call it harassment. It would be the biggest front page of every newspaper. But it was a good place, and it was a tough place. And I ended up graduating at the highest rank. So I acclimated. You know, you have to acclimate. You have a climate. And it wasn't my climate, but by the time I was there 5 years, and by the time I finished, I graduated at the highest rank. And I learned a lot about leadership, and I learned a lot about a lot of things. And
So you were an athlete. You were a captain of the baseball team. And
I was,
Did you
yes.
ever think about being a professional baseball player?
Well, I always was somebody that loved sports, and I always did well at sports. And I love baseball in particular. I was on the football team, and I was on the wrestling team. Not a great wrestler, not a great basketball player. I had bad jumping ability. I just was not able to get up there. But I was a very good baseball player, and I guess I always did think, you know, I was recruited, and they all wanted me to go in Major League, and I was a little different. Today, those days, you'd make $3. There was no money, no anything. And ultimately, my father had a business in Brooklyn, mostly in Brooklyn, New York, and as a real estate developer. And ultimately, I did that for a lot of the right reasons, and it became a lot of fun. I wanted to make it more exciting, and you know, I always loved show business, and I loved other things, but I think we put some show business into the real estate business.
Well, you went to Wharton after New York Military Academy, and you did pretty well there. Majored in real estate or specialized?
Well, I majored in finance, and I liked finance, but I did well, and I loved the Wharton School of Finance. I always thought it was a great school.
But I read that at one point you thought about going into the film business.
True.
And what took you away from that?
Well, it's sort of an interesting story, but I actually applied to USC, where they had a great school of cinema. They said that was like the Wharton School of Cinema. And I applied, and what happened was a little interesting. There was a man who was having troubles in real estate, and he came to me, smart guy, and he said, could you help me? And I gave him, and I was only 19 years old, and I gave him a lot of advice. And this guy was a top Broadway producer, and I said, you know, I'd love to go to USC and all this stuff. I kept talking about movies. He said, you know, I tell you what, you just saved my life. You really know real estate. You got to be crazy to go into show business. And it really affected me. And I went in with my father, and I was in Brooklyn for 5 years, my first 5 years. Went into the business with my father, did some really, really good deals for him. He was very, very happy with me. And he was a tough guy. He was very tough and had a great heart. He was a good man, but he was a tough man. And he would never let anybody sign checks, as an example. Under any, so he had to sign every check. You know, today they sign them by computer. I don't know about your company. I'm sure your company. But today you press a button and everybody gets paid. There's no negotiation. Whatever it is, if it's a mistake, they never find it. He would sign every single check, and he'd look, and he'd study it, and he'd call the people. You're getting too much money. You shouldn't be getting. This is a little different than we have today. So I actually continued that practice. I signed many, many, many checks. You know, the company's gotten so big, it's hard, but I like signing checks because I see what's going on much better by doing that.
So what was it like? You go to your father, who, you know, was a tough guy to work for, and you said, Dad, I want to go on my own. What did he say?
He really respected it. You know, being in Brooklyn and Queens, and we'd look across the river, the East River, and I'd see those big, tall buildings. I say, Pop, that's what I want to do. I want to build those buildings. I want to be there. I love it. I got to be there. And he sort of said, that's not our territory. You know, like a lot of fathers would say. He said, you don't know anything about that, and that's not our territory. Let's stay in Brooklyn. And you know, my father started up building one-family homes and then apartments for mostly middle-income apartments, almost all middle-income and some low-income, using federal subsidies, the 236 program, a lot of different programs. Section 8, we had a Section 8 program, which was amazing. They gave you the money for nothing. I mean, it was actually a pretty good program for the developer. But it also allowed people to live at a very low rent. And my father did a lot of that, and I did it with him, and we did it well. But I said, you know, Pop, I want to go in. And I started with the Grand Hyatt Hotel. I took an option, and I converted that to the Grand. It was originally the old Commodore Hotel. Sort of interesting how my life progresses, where we go from that to the OPO.
Right, but make sure everybody understands, you were about 29 years old or something like that, 28, 29, and you bought an old hotel that was near the Grand Central Station called the Commodore.
Correct.
And you put in no money. Is that
I
right?
put in almost no money.
Almost
yes.
no money. How did you manage to do that with no money?
Well, it was owned by the Penn Central Railroad, and it was run by some very good people. Actually, it's very interesting because he happens to be a very good man. It was Victor Palmieri and Company, and one of the people is John Koskinen. Does anyone know John Koskinen? He's the head of the IRS, and he's a very good man. And while I am a strong conservative and a strong Republican, he's a friend of mine, and he did a great job running Victor Palmieri. And I made deals with John and the people at Victor Palmieri and took options to the building. And after I took options to the Commodore, I then went to the city because the city was really in deep trouble. I was about 28 years old, and the city was really in trouble. And I said, look, you're going to have to give me tax abatement. Otherwise, this thing's never going to happen. Then I went to Hyatt. I said, you guys put up all the money, and I'll try and get the approvals. And I got all the approvals. And Hyatt, Jay Pritzker and the Pritzker family, they put up the money. And we built a hotel. We were 50-50 partners, and it became very, very successful. Then I did the convention center and lots of other jobs.
Okay. So let's talk about one of the other very famous buildings you did, Trump Tower.
Right.
How did you get the right to build that piece of land, and how did you finance that?
Well, that was owned by a company named Conseco, and originally Genesco. And I guess you know Genesco. It was from Nashville, Tennessee. And Genesco was run by a father and son. It was a public company, and they were fighting like cats and dogs, unlike your children and my children so far. We want to keep it that way, by the way. But they were fighting like cats and dogs, and I was reading about it because I love reading the financial papers, and at those times it was exclusively papers. Today it's a little bit papers and lots of other things. And I saw the trouble that they were having, that Genesco was in deep trouble, and I knew they owned Bonwit Teller department store. So I called the head of Genesco, and I went to Nashville, Tennessee, where I have a warm spot in my heart for Nashville because I made an amazing deal there. I took an option to buy the site, and what happened is as soon as that option was announced, every developer in the world went there trying to buy, because even then it was the best site. You know, 57th and 5th next to Tiffany is the best site. But it was too late because I already had it signed. And they tried to get out of it because obviously they saw it was much more valuable than what I paid. And then I ultimately dealt with a great man named Walter Hoving, who was the head of Tiffany. And he took Tiffany to great levels. He took Tiffany from trouble to great levels. And I bought the air rights over Tiffany, and I bought the air rights over another place and a few more air rights, and I ended up with a 68-story building that turned out to be a tremendous success, as you know, right from the beginning, called Trump Tower. And I guess one of the when I bought the air rights from Tiffany, I had the right to call it Tiffany Tower. And I went to a friend of mine, a very streetwise guy, Dennis Stein. And I said, Dennis, I have the right to call it Tiffany Tower, but I want to call it Trump Tower. What would you do? He said, when you change your name to Tiffany, call it Tiffany Tower. I called it Trump Tower, even though I had this incredible right, David. I had this incredible right to use the name Tiffany, but I called it Trump Tower, and it was one of the better things I've done.
If your name had been Rubenstein, you think it would have worked as well? Rubenstein Tower?
I think it might have worked very well. You know, hey,
so
Michael Bloomberg's done very well, right?
But you came up with the idea of putting your name on things and actually making a brand of it. And when did you actually realize that by putting your name on something, you could actually get maybe a higher price for it?
Well, a lot of people think it was, they wrote a big article recently, like I had this brilliant strategy of naming, and, you know, honestly, it was sort of like just happened. It started with Trump Tower. I did the Grand Hyatt Hotel first in Manhattan. That was my first job. I did the convention center, Jacob Javits Convention Center. I took options to the land, got the state to build on it, and did well with it. And they built the Jacob Javits Convention Center. But, you know, nobody knew that much about me. And then when I did Trump Tower, because, I mean, I never thought at a young age, like 30, I would have the best piece of land in the world. It, you know, never changes. I mean, that piece of land was the best then, and it's the best now. We signed a lease with Gucci. That's one of the great retail leases ever signed, as you understand. And so I never really knew. And then when I called it Trump Tower, a lot of things happened because of the prominence of the location, the success of the building. I was able to get it zoned, and a lot of people said, you'll never be able to get it zoned. You'll never build a tall building. You'll never be allowed to build an all-glass, beautiful, monolithic building. Ada Louise Huxtable of the New York Times, the critic, the architectural critic, she gave it phenomenal reviews, just phenomenal. And then later on, Herbert Muschamp of the New York Times gave it phenomenal reviews. And what I did is it just morphed into other things, and then I ended up doing a book, The Art of the Deal, and that became such a great thing.
On that building, though, you live at the top.
I do, top 3 floors.
Right. Now, a lot of wealthy people are being sought after to buy buildings in New York, apartment buildings. Do you think there are enough billionaires to fill all these big buildings and being built in New York?
No, I don't think they'll fill them.
And
That's your second big story tonight.
all right.
I
So
don't
like
think you're going to film. No, there are too many being built.
432 Park Avenue. You've seen this one? It's like 90
Well,
stories. Or
and they're
something.
friends of mine doing it. And don't forget, they have the advantage that it was early on. And they're very good people. And I think that's going to do okay because it's early. Right. But the ones coming online, I mean, there's so many of them. I look at the plans. I study real estate. I know every inch of Manhattan. I mean, I know which store is available 5 years before the lease comes due. And I look at all of the plans for Manhattan, and I just don't see any way. I mean, Russia's been taken out of it over the last year, as you know. Russia's gone, and a lot of the Russians that were buying these apartments are no longer buying apartments, and they've got bigger problems. And frankly, I just don't see any way they're going to do it. Now, that's an opportunity for you, and it's an opportunity for me. A man came to my office. I won't use his name, but he's a very well-known, very big developer. He has a site to build a 100-story building on the site. And I don't love the site, but it's good. Not great, but it's good. The great always works. The good doesn't always work, okay, in real estate. And he has a 90-story building, a 100-story building. You could do sort of whatever you want. And he wanted to sell it to me. And I've been through great times, but I've also had to fight like crazy to keep everything going. And I said, you do it, because I don't have the guts anymore to do it. He said, I promise I won't tell anybody you said that. Nobody's going to. But it's true. I see the market I think, will be oversaturated.
Well, let me ask you, when you were having this success, you're building Trump Tower, you're doing other things, you bought an airline, the shuttle, and then you got involved in gaming in I guess in Atlantic City.
Atlantic City.
And then the economy collapsed, and many people thought you were not going to be able to survive. How did you manage to get? Well,
I just wanted to continue to live my lifestyle. I like, planes and everything else. In those days, I wasn't married, so I like planes and beautiful women. I like my lifestyle. I didn't want to lose my lifestyle.
So how did you get through all that?
Well, first of all, the shuttle was great because what happened with the shuttle was this was like 57th and 5th. That was the shuttle going to Washington or Boston. In the airline business, that was sort of like the best asset. So I had that. So the banks came, the market had totally crashed, but the banks came to me and people came to me, and I made a deal where it was a great deal to sell the shuttle, even in bad times. I bought the Plaza Hotel. I made an unbelievable deal in selling the Plaza Hotel because it was, if that hotel, and I've always said it, if that hotel was one block in any direction, I would have died with it. But because it was the Plaza, I made an unbelievable deal in getting out of the Plaza, and it just worked out really well. And other things I did were, I was telling, actually, David and I were speaking before, and I said, crazy thing about Atlantic City, I was there during the boom time when it was a monopoly and did phenomenally in Atlantic City. But then Atlantic City changed. A lot of bad decisions. They built the convention center. I fought like hell that they wouldn't do this. They built the convention center in the wrong location. They didn't do the airport properly. The politicians took over Atlantic City and absolutely destroyed it. But Atlantic City, for me, has been a great experience. And I got out 7 years ago and, again, made a lot of money. But I do play the bankruptcy laws, not individually, but corporately. And other people do, too. Many of your friends that we were talking about before. You look at Caesars is going to go bankrupt. And every time they play the bankruptcy laws, it's just like a standard little story. When I buy a building. The building is in turmoil. It's got a big mortgage. The bank is being vicious and ruthless. I buy the building. I call up the bank. They're not nice. So I throw it into a chapter. I beat the hell out of them. And then I get huge reductions. And then I make a lot of money in the building. But when I buy the building, they say, Trump files for bankruptcy. I didn't file for bankruptcy. I use it as a tool. And the enemies, I call them the losers and haters. I call it that on Twitter. I call them the losers and the haters. They say, oh, Trump went bankrupt. I use that as a business tool. You understand. And so do many of your friends. You look at whether it's Sam Zell, whether it's Leon Black, whether it's Carl Icahn with TWA. We use the different laws. The only thing is that with me, they always say, every time I do it to my advantage, they say, Trump went bankrupt. If David does it, nobody's going to say that. So that makes you smarter than me.
I doubt that. But let me ask you about...
He wants to get off this subject.
I doubt that. Well, but
he doesn't like this
but you have
subject.
been asked a number of times in interviews I've read, you filed for bankruptcy, and you point out you've never filed for bankruptcy.
I've never gone bankrupt.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
So one of the deals you did that got a lot of attention, I would say you stole the property, but legally, you bought Mar-a-Lago for about $8 million, more or less.
That's right.
And today it's probably worth $100 million or more, $200 million, I don't know. But how did you come to buy that when it was, pretty cheap?
Well, that was an interesting deal because from Florida, that's one of the great pieces of land and it's the greatest house in America, I would say, and turned it into the Mar-a-Lago Club, which is very successful. But at the time, this was in 1986, I went there and it was for sale for $38 million. And I said, I don't want to pay. That was a lot of money. In 1986, $38 million, that's like $300 million today. So they want $38 million. So I said, you know what? But stupidly, the Marjorie Meriwether Post Foundation, the children were not smart like she was. When she died, they sold the beach. And they sold the beach to a friend of mine. And the friend of mine was a great guy. He founded Kentucky Fried Chicken. He founded a couple of different Hospital Corporation of America. Massey. And he was unfortunately very sick. He had cancer. I went to him and I said, would you do me a favor? Could I buy the beach? Now, this is the beach in front of Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago is on 22 acres. It's a massive house. And they sold the beach for $2 million or $1.5 million. And he said, Donald, you're a friend of mine. I will sell you the beach. And I overpaid for it. I paid $2 million for the beach. But that was the whole beach in front of Mar-a-Lago. And then I announced I'm going to build the ugliest building ever. It was going to be just I had to take all the views because I didn't want anyone to buy Mar-a-Lago. Right. It was embarrassing. I put this thing with no windows, no nothing, just a wall, so you couldn't see the ocean. In fact, the town almost got sick. They wanted to change the zoning. But I did it for a reason. And then people, Ross Perot, Al Taubman, many, many people wanted to buy Mar-a-Lago. But they said, we have to have the beach. So people came and they offered me a fortune for the beach. I said, no, no, no. And then I forgot about it. And then a couple of years later, I got a call. And they said, we'd like to sell you Mar-a-Lago. And I almost said, what's Mar-a-Lago? You tend to forget. We go on to the next one, right? On to the next victim. And I said, what's your price? And they said, we want $8 million. Now, they want it in the 30s. Right. And now they want, because they couldn't sell it without the beach. Because stupidly, I didn't get along with them, actually. I didn't get along with Dina Merrill at all. Because she was upset that I bought it. I said, why don't you buy it? She was the daughter of the great Marjorie Meriwether Post, who was married, as you know, to E.F. Hutton, one of the great financiers. So when she opposed everything I did in Palm Beach, I actually said a statement which never is very good for a relationship. I said, she was born, Marjorie Meriwether Post was a great beauty, a magnificently beautiful woman on top of being smart. I said, she was born with the mother's beauty, but not the mother's brain. This was not a good quote on the front page of the Palm Beach Post in terms of long-term relationship, right? But she could have bought it, and she chose not to, and she was in charge of the foundation. They sold it. Anyway, I turned it into a club. So I got it for $8 million. They said, in fact, this is something, David negotiates. If you say a company's worth $1 billion, he's going to say, well, I'll give you $500 million. When they said $8 million, I didn't negotiate. You'll be ashamed of me. I said, I'll take it. The first time that's ever happened to me. I'd said, because I was afraid they'd change it. So I bought it for $8 million, plus $2 million for the beach. And I turned it into a club, and it's an amazing club.
But when after you bought it, you realized later that the light pattern was over.
Right.
And you sued Palm Beach or somebody.
Correct.
And in return for that, they gave you
tremendous amounts of land in West Palm Beach.
Dropped the lawsuit, they gave you, and then what did you do with the land?
I made the land into a great club, Trump International Golf Club, which is now about 15 years old, which has become one of the most successful clubs.
Is that how you got into golf? Was that your first golf?
Actually, I bought one in foreclosure. I love foreclosures, especially when it's somebody else. Always better when it's somebody else's foreclosure. But I bought a big, beautiful piece of land in Westchester in foreclosure. Okay. And I said, what am I going to do with it? I made it into a golf club, and it became very successful. I bought this one out of foreclosure, out of what I did. And I ended up with a tremendous lawsuit, had a good lawyer, and they ended up settling the lawsuit by making me a deal to buy 500 acres at a very good price of land in Palm Beach. And I turned it into a club, and it's become such a hot club. And now Mar-a-Lago and that club, they're sort of like sisters, and they do tremendously together the way they play off each other.
So
and you've been there, so you know what I mean.
Great place. The food's great. Service is great. Hospitality is great. You always go around and say hello to people.
Good, I'm glad. I was worried
It's
you
true.
might say so.
It's true. All right, so let me ask you this. You now own a lot of golf courses. And some people say golf is going this way because people are playing less. So why is golf a good business to have?
Well, for me, it's been great because I've been buying them over the last 10 years. since the Depression. You know, I call it the Depression because it really has been for a lot of people, it's been very bad. And I've been buying them, for instance, in Loudoun County, 600 acres right on the Potomac River, right up the road, which is phenomenal. And I bought that for a very good price. One of the gentlemen that I made the deal with is here, so I'm not going to talk too much about what a good deal it was, but they also made a good deal because they didn't know what the hell they were doing. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. Where are you? Right? And they're great people. And we turned that into a tremendous success in Washington. We have, but what I do like is this. First of all, golf is doing very well internationally. Asia, China, all over the place, South America. They just approved it for the Olympics. You know, and it's in the next Olympics. It's never been. And golf is doing really well if you have good places, if you have the good clubs. But what I really like also is the real estate. When I have 600 acres on the Potomac River, when I have 800 acres on the Pacific Ocean facing Catalina Island and, 2.5 miles of frontage on in Los Angeles.
Do you build homes around these?
I do, but I don't even I hate to sell property.
All right, but now you play golf.
Yes.
And you are a handicapper of?
3 or 4.
3 or 4. Okay, well, that's pretty good. So you must play a couple rounds a week?
2 rounds, yeah. On average. I'd love to play more, but I just don't.
So have you ever played with Tiger Woods? Or?
I played with everybody, and Tiger and Phil and everybody, and it's great. It's great to play with them, and that's when you realize you're not really a very good golfer because they are tremendously talented people, amazingly talented. You know, it's a chain, right? Like you in business and a couple of the other folks in the room in business. You look at this little triangle, and it's that tip of that triangle. That's what you have. So they're tremendously talented people and really good people. One of the things I like about golf is that when I buy these courses, I'm buying tremendous amounts of land. If I ever say, well, you know what, I'm going to close a golf course someplace. I'm going to own 700 or 600 or 800 acres on the Potomac River. Pretty good stuff. Or if I'm going to own 600 acres on the ocean, on the Pacific Ocean. I have, it's a statement I always make. I never lost money on a lake, a river, or an ocean. I love that. In Scotland, I just bought Turnberry, the great Turnberry, home of the British Open, which they call the Open Championship because it's probably the most important of the majors. And it's just a great thing. And that's 1,000 acres on the ocean. And you just don't lose money with that. And the clubs do very well. I don't want to close it. I don't want to sell any, but it's great real estate. The other one minor thing, too, I've made tremendous deals because of my relationship to golf. I play golf with people that love golf. And I become great friends with them. I have so many friends. I don't want to mention names.
Do you make deals on the golf course?
I make deals because of golf. I have so many wonderful friends, people like Terry Lundgren, who's a fantastic guy. He's done an amazing job with Macy's. And, he's a friend of mine. We play golf together and others. That I could never have the relationship with these people if I said, let's go out to dinner, let's go out to lunch. I don't even think I'd have. I've made many, many deals. Actually, the Trump Tower site, which is one of the great real estate deals, I really started that by playing a round of golf with somebody that was very attuned to that whole situation in Nashville with Janeska.
So you mentioned Macy's. Now, if you go into Macy's, there's a Macy's not far from here, and you want to buy some Donald Trump clothing, you can do so. I mean, do you pick the clothing, you design it? How does that work?
I have people that are really good, and they come to me and they show me, and I don't spend huge amounts of time because we have really people. PVH is a fantastic company. They do much of it.
Okay.
And Macy's does a fantastic job. And we have ties, shirts, suits, cufflinks, all that stuff. And they do fantastic. The tie is one of the top-selling ties. This is actually a Trump tie. Anybody want it?
Okay.
But it's, I figured, in case that question, I had to wear it.
All right.
But it's interesting. I used to spend a fortune buying, I didn't spend, I get them free because of The Apprentice. Okay, so they give me ties. But still, $500 ties. If a little piece of water, Brioni, little piece of water gets on the tie, it's destroyed. These things are like steel, and they look better. So what can I do?
Okay. So, well, let's talk about...
So much for my relationship with
All right,
Brioni.
so you mentioned The Apprentice, so I was going to go there. Okay. How did that come about?
Well, The Apprentice is interesting because, especially if you knew my father, he was all business, and for him to even see, and he got to see just a little glimpse of it. But Mark Burnett, who did Survivor, and a great guy and a friend of mine, but I didn't know him, and I have the Trump rink in, as you know, in Central Park, was formerly the Woolman rink. And I took it and fixed it and made it great, and I've had it for many, many years, and it's the #1 rink in the world for ice skating. And they wanted to do CBS, Les Moonves, another great guy. They wanted to do a Survivor set live. So they built a jungle on the ice skating rink with the big buildings behind, and it was live, and it was great. And Mark Burnett called me, invited me. He said, Donald, would you do, I have a concept for a show, and I'll only do it if you do it. And I said, what's the show? He said, it's called The Apprentice, and basically you're doing this and that and ultimately firing people without using that word. But he said, ultimately, you're getting rid of a person's show. And this was really the first of the kind, because it's been copied 15 different times. The Apprentice has been copied. And I'm very happy to say every single one of them has been a failure. You know all of the people that did them. I could go into the name. Anyway, so I said, let's take a look, and we did it. And I have an agent from William Morris, and a big agent, actually. And he said, it'll never work. Don't do it. You'll embarrass yourself. It'll be horrible, horrible. I said, I have a problem. I shook hands, and I shook hands with NBC. I shook hands with Mark Burnett. I have to do it. He said, don't do it. I demand, I'm not going to let you embarrass yourself. So I said, I have a problem. I actually happen to be, most people don't know, two things they don't know. It's my hair, which it really is. You know that. I think you know that. I hope you know that. And also, I'm an honorable person. Most people don't know that either. But I shook hands. They assume I'm not. That's primarily because I'm in the real estate business in New York. But they assume I'm not. But I shook hands. I said, look, I can't, I shook hands with the head of NBC, and I shook hands with Mark Burnett. I have to do it. He was very angry. Anyway, the show goes on. It started at 10. It went to 8. Now, 10 is massive. You have hundreds of shows on. So everyone was shocked. And it was not supposed to do well. There was a critic in, I think, the Washington Post who said, to have a successful show, you have to have women as a preponderance of the audience. And what woman is going to want to watch Donald Trump? I was very insulted. I said, I've done so badly. So it went on at 10, went to 8, went to 5, went to 3, and went to 1. I had the #1 show in the world. I mean, I was the #1 show in the country, the #1 television show. And the agent called me up, and he said, Donald, could I see you? I said, about what, Jim? He said, well, your show just went to #1. Congratulations. It's a fantastic tribute, and I'd like to come over and say hello. What do you want? He said, I think I'm entitled to a commission. I said, how much do you think you're entitled to? He said, would $4 million be fair? I said, Jim, you're fired. No, that's the start. But and by the way, now The Apprentice, it goes on again. I mean, this is now, it's 10 years, 14 seasons. I mean, it was so successful. And one thing about that business, it's sort of not like our business. A lot of times it takes on a deal, years and years for a deal. With that business, it's all about ratings. So we're going on January 4th with a new season of The Apprentice.
The phrase, you're fired, whose idea was that?
Well, that was my idea. The concept was we would let people go over a course of 16 weeks on television. And the first show, the first season, there was one guy, and he was a nice guy, but he was really pathetic. And so bad that I got angry at him. And I said, I won't use his name, but very easy to find out. I said, so-and-so, you're fired. And the whole place went crazy. The cameramen everybody went crazy. And that's how that came about. It wasn't scripted. There's no script. We don't have any script at all. It's all,
So now, where do you shoot that? In New York?
We shoot it in Trump Tower. We actually have a special boardroom that's made. And, they all say, well, why don't you use your real boardroom? Because it's really a studio. Behind the ballroom, they have, the boardroom, they have cameras all around the world. We have about 32, at least 32 cameras in the boardroom during the shooting.
Has anybody you've actually hired actually worked out okay?
I did. I hired a couple of guys, and they have. Bill Rancic did a great job. He was the first one. And I've hired Andrew Latinsky and numerous people that were on the show. But when I was going to hire them, I would never, if I thought somebody was really great and I was going to hire them, I would never let them win because the price goes up. So I would always, it's true, I would always make sure I fired them sometime prior to the end. But I've hired a number of them.
So we're in the Washington area. Let's talk about two things you've done in the Washington area. First one, you bought out of bankruptcy, I guess, the Kluge estate.
Yes.
And you didn't pay that much for it. How did that come about?
Well, it's in Charlottesville, Virginia. It's 1,500 acres. It's phenomenal property. John Kluge was a friend of mine. I was much younger than him, but he and I always liked each other. And he used to go around saying, Donald Trump is a really smart guy. I don't want to brag. He used to say Donald Trump is the smartest of the young people. And I used to like John Kluge, Metro Media. And he married Patricia, and that marriage was a disaster. And he had this piece of property, and he gave it intelligently, gave it to her. And he said, you should build a winery with the money I gave. Well, she built a winery and she spent so much money building. He wanted this to happen, and she went bust. And the bank took it over, and I bought it from the bank, and they had hundreds of millions of dollars in it, and I bought it for a very small price. And it's now the largest winery on the East Coast. It's now called Trump Wine and Champagne and everything. And my son, Eric Trump, runs it, and it's become fantastic. It's so beautiful, and people are getting married. We took some of he had a car collection where he had these massive buildings, and I turned them into ballrooms. And people are getting married there. It's right next to University of Virginia, right next to the home of Thomas Jefferson, touches the property. And it's a great area, really a beautiful area, and we're very proud of it. And the winery is beautiful. I mean, they built a magnificent winery, but they never, sad, they never really got to use it.
So now, closer to here, on Pennsylvania Avenue, you recently won the right to build a hotel out of what is the old post office building.
That's right.
How did you win that? How did you beat everybody? You paid the highest price, or?
Well, I think we had the best concept, and I had one of the great financial statements. I mean, they want to make sure it gets built, and that's been going on. And I have to say, and I don't know if Dan Tagliarini is here. Somebody said he may be here is he here by any chance? Somebody said he was here.
Head of GSA?
He's the head of the GSA. I have to tell you that the GSA was so professional. And maybe if I didn't get it, I wouldn't say this, but I would say it anyway. The people in the GSA were so, I go around talking about it. You know, people in government, you have people in government, some of them are phenomenal people. I mean, they're phenomenal people, and these people were very professional. Now, this was a job, it was an RFP, request for proposal, and it was really about concept, almost more importantly than price. They wanted to make sure a lot of jobs would be provided, so some people had it as an office building, some people had it as the highest, the most sought-after piece of property in the history of the GSA. And we put in a proposal, our architect is here, and we put up a fantastic proposal to do one of the great hotels of the world, because we had the location and we have the bones. Right. The building is magnificent, the exterior walls, and some people think it's their favorite building in Washington, and it's been a very controversial thing because, as you know, 30 years ago they wanted to rip it down and people were marching in the streets to stop it. Anyway, they chose us because of the fact that I was, able to easily get it done. We have a great statement, and because we have a great track record, and importantly, because the concept of the hotel puts more people to work than any other concept.
How many rooms will there be?
We're going to have 300 rooms. We're going to have the largest luxury ballroom in the entire tri-state area. We're going to have, it's going to be a magnificent ballroom. We're going to have many meeting rooms, spas. It's really, it's a big project. We'll be spending over $200 million on the renovation. And, I had a choice today. When I arrived a couple of minutes early, and I said, do I go over to the building? It's under demolition right now, and massive. We have over 1,000 people working in the building. I said, do I go over to the building and get dusty, my shoes, everything dusty? Or do I sit around in a corner somewhere in the hotel here and wait for David and say, okay, Dave, I'm ready in 2 hours, right? So I said, you know what? I'm going to go to the hotel, because that's an entrepreneur. We have to do it. We can't. So my shoes are a little dusty, but that's okay. So is my suit, but these are minor details. But I'm very proud of it. It's going to be one of the great hotels. And, and I shouldn't say this, and certainly we're in a very nice hotel, but Washington doesn't have the great luxury hotel that it should have, and everybody knows that. And this will be one of the great hotels. The hotel I have in Chicago was rated the best hotel in North America by Condé Nast Traveler. I think that this hotel will be better. I think this will be one of the great hotels of the world. And that's going to be ultimately a great thing for Washington. And that's why they chose us, the GSA.
So will it have Trump on the outside, or?
Yes, but very, very little.
Oh, okay. I was in Chicago the other day, and the Trump name was there very big, right?
Well, that's a big, that's a 94-story building. But, that was very controversial because I got the approval to put it up. And when I put the letters up, everybody went crazy. Actually, now they love it. But before the letters were up, when they heard 28 feet, and, these are massive, these are letters as big as the ceiling, and right on the side of the river, right over the river. And so they said, well, this is terrible. We're going to pass a law that nobody ever can do it again. Never can anybody do what Trump did again. And I said, I agree 100% with that law. And they by the way, the law just passed, and I'm very happy about it. I agree.
So you've mentioned your children a minute, and let me talk about that. It's very difficult for a wealthy parent to raise children who want to go into their own business, let alone do it in a very sensible way. And how did you actually raise children that don't seem to be spoiled and don't seem to be rebelling against their father?
Well, you know, it's such a great question, and somehow I hope I'll be here in 10 years saying the same thing with you, because you have great children, and I know your daughter, and she's so amazing. And, you know, very complicated. I get that question so much because people see Ivanka and they see Don, and, you know, they're just doing well. And from the time they were, and I tell this to everybody, from the time they were 2 years old enough to think and old enough to speak, I would say, listen, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. I don't want drugs. They didn't even know what it was. And I'd say it, and then there'd be 15, and I'd say, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes. Because I've seen people like you, like me, very substantial people, where they have children, and they become alcoholics, they become drug addicts, they become other things. I mean, I add the cigarettes because if you can stay away from cigarettes, it's good. I don't smoke. I have no intention of smoking. But I have people, friends of mine, they're very strong. They smoke. They can't stop. They can't stop drinking. I went to the Wharton School. I had a friend who hated this taste of scotch, hated it. But he tried to develop a taste for scotch. And I saw him recently. He's a total alcoholic. He developed a taste for scotch. And all he had to do is stay away from it. So I say, no drugs, no alcohol, no cigarettes, because I've seen many, many people that are very smart and very successful that have children that are very, very smart as you're going to find. Children that can go to Harvard, Yale, Wharton, any of the schools, but they're addicted to drugs or alcohol. And again, I throw the cigarettes in for health. I also say no tattoos, by the way, but that seems to be failing if you look at television. I think the tattoo thing, I'm going to have to just stop. But I was always very strong on that because you're put at such a tremendous disadvantage as a child that you're never going to make it. You know how competitive it is, and you see it because you hire all these young geniuses. If somebody's a drinker, if somebody's on drugs, it's not going to work. And I just say, you just can't do that. So I tell all my friends, you got to just drum it into their heads no matter what you do.
So what would you like, not that you're going to slow down, but let's suppose you don't get to be president of the United States for a moment. Let's assume that. You know, the chance of getting elected is relatively small for anybody, right?
I agree.
Right? So if you don't get to be president.
I hate to admit it, but you know.
Right. So if you don't get to be president, you're going to do this for another 20 years or so?
Well, you know, interesting about real estate, a little bit like that in your business, but not as much, that everybody in real estate is old. They never retire. You ever notice? They don't ever retire. You see these guys are 89 years old. I'm going to fix. They really do it instead of plastic surgery.
Right.
It's true. They fix a building. Like I can fix the old post office instead of getting a facelift, you know, because I can make that post office so beautiful, and that's my baby, and that's me. But real estate people don't retire. Now, other businesses, they retire. I have friends, you know, my father used to have an expression, to retire is to expire, which is a tough expression. But I've seen it. A banker, a big banker, tremendously powerful banker, a friend of mine, he had to retire at 65 a number of years ago. And he was a vibrant guy, a great guy. You would know him. A great guy and very powerful. He could approve a $500 million mortgage or loan without even going to committee. That's not bad, okay? And he was forced to retire at 65. And I saw that man get old within a period of 1 year. It was like the most incredible thing. And I also saw him say to me, oh, well, when I retire, I have so many friends. I said, you'll have me as a friend, but you're not going to have a lot of people as a friend because a lot of people aren't going to call you back. And they all call you back right now, but they're not going to call you back. And he came to me about 3 weeks ago. He said, you know, you're the only one that calls me back and talks to me. And goes, he said, all those other guys, New York developers mostly, I call them, they don't return my calls. They used to return my call before I made it. And they don't return my call. But that's life. I mean, that's a sad thing, but that's life.
You're going to keep doing this, in other words, for quite a while. So
I would. I love it. I love doing it. I mean, I love doing that more than running and getting abused by Chris Matthews. Hello. How are you? Mrs. Matthews is in the audience. And I love her husband, actually. He's always been a friend, but boy, did he turn liberal over the last 10 years. It's incredible. So, you know, he interviewed me years ago. He wasn't that way, but that's okay.
So people are obviously fascinated by your lifestyle and so forth, and take your plane that has your name on it. And is that an advertising device by putting your
I guess it's a Boeing 757. It's a great plane, and it's you put it at the airports, and it stays. It can only go to the major airports, and you see it. And it's probably a form of branding that I don't even think about. And I was going to say before that it was a little bit by osmosis. It just came. I did Trump Tower, then I did another building. I did really well with it. I would get higher rents and higher numbers than other people, and all of a sudden I started building these Trumps all over the place, and the brand became very valuable.
People are often fascinated by your hair.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I don't know. That could be the hardest question of the evening.
I mean, people just seem to be.
Well, it is mine. It is. I mean, it's legitimately my hair. I get abused. I had a story recently. It was the best story, one of the best stories I've ever had. But in the second paragraph, he said, "But he wears the worst hairpiece of any human being I've ever." And it's my hair. And so I can't even show the story in a way. It's like an embarrassing story, but it was a good story, a financial story. No, it's my hair for some reason, and I've always combed it the same way, more or less. And I do get abused about the hair, but I've actually become somewhat immune to it. It's funny, when you know it's yours, if it wasn't mine, I think it would be harder. But when you know it's yours, it's okay. It may not be beautiful, it may not be pretty, but it is mine.
So on the economy, what is your projection now of the economy? You think we're going to grow at about 3% or so, or?
Well, I think a lot of things are happening. I love the fact that oil is dropping, but a lot of people don't. I mean, I've always said that oil should never be up at those levels. It was a fixed level. And it's interesting where I see that they say Saudi Arabia is purposely keeping the price down to destroy. They're not, look, you do business with Saudi Arabia, I know that, and a lot, and so do I. I have a lot of friends, and they buy a lot of real estate, a lot of apartments, and this and that, and they have space in buildings that I own. But I don't really believe that. But there's a theory that they're keeping the price low to destroy all of these new people with fracking that are becoming, that are coming out with oil. Who knows? Who knows what it is? I love low oil prices. But a lot of people are saying it's low not for that reason. It's low because there's no demand. Because China's weak, and because this one's weak, that one's weak, everyone thinks weak. Obviously, Russia is getting killed right now with so many things going on, and they're so strongly based with oil. So a lot of bad things could be happening. Look, the unemployment rate is not 5.8 or 5.3 or 6.7 or 7.9. The real rate's probably 20% because people stop looking for jobs and they consider them employed. You stop looking for a job. There are so many people out there that gave up looking for jobs, or they're part-time, or they're something else. But the fact is that I think your economy is obviously not doing so well. Now, the stock market is the one ray of hope. Right. So I've never been a stock market person, but about 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, I bought a tremendous amount of stock. First time ever. I never believed in letting other people run my money. And I see some of these guys making tremendous amounts of money to run some company that's frankly easy to run. And I never liked it. But anyway, I bought stock. And the reason I bought stock, I said, because it's free money. You're getting free money. Interest rates are so low. And also, in my CDs, they were offering me 1/4%. I said, what do I have to lose? It's almost like ridiculous. So I bought a lot of stock, and the stocks have gone up tremendously. I feel like such a genius every day, up, up, up. And I sold my stocks a few months ago, everything, because I'm not a great believer in the leadership of the country, and I'm not a great believer in decisions that are being made with respect to the country. And usually that would lead somebody that's intelligent to go and do something. So I sold all of the stock that I bought. But I sort of I'm not a stock market guy, but the reason I did it was because the interest rates were so low. At some point, those rates are going to go very high, and that's going to be a pretty difficult time, I think, for the country.
So would it be fair to say that you don't suffer from a lot of self-doubt? You seem to be very, I mean, I don't, I'm more like Woody Allen. I don't really know, what I should be doing. I'm not sure if I made a mistake here. You don't really have that issue so much?
Well, I probably do have that issue. I mean, I think a lot about different things. And, Alan Greenberg, who I know, Ace, you were friendly with Ace, and he was a great guy. And he used to buy stocks a little bit for me early in the process. And, when I did it in a very small way. And one time, I never heard this before, I bought a stock. It went up a lot, and I sold it. And a week later, somebody announced that it was going to be bought. And I would have made double the money if I would have kept it, right? Well, Ace, we did a horrible thing. What did we do? I sold that stock. I should have kept it another week. I would have looked. He said, and it's the first time he ever got angry at me. He said, never, ever talk about a deal that's been made. Cross that deal off your head, because he's a trader. Right. He's a great trader, right? And he said, never, ever talk. Don't even think about it. And he said it with anger. And he's never been angry at me before. But it was sort of interesting. It was a lesson I learned. No, I'm very happy. I sold the stocks. They've gone up a little bit since, but now they're sort of having some pretty bad times the last week or so. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But I like to run. I like to be invested in things that I run. I have confidence in myself. And I like to be invested in things that I run. I don't run these companies. And I see too many people that do that I know. And in your case, I have tremendous respect for this man. But in a lot of cases, I don't have great respect for the people running some of these companies.
Let me ask you a final question. What is the most fun about being Donald Trump? I mean, what's the best part about being Donald Trump? And is there any downside to being Donald Trump?
Well, I have to be very careful with that answer. That could get me into a lot of trouble. But I will say that I have had a good time in my life. I have a wonderful family. I have a wonderful wife. I have my children have been great. I think the best part is that I just love what I do. I really enjoy what I do. I think the hardest part is the fact that I can't go anywhere. I used to, like in the real estate business, I could walk the streets of Manhattan and I could see something and I could see signs that, something's for sale, and I can't do that anymore. Now, a lot of that, it started with The Art of the Deal when that became the #1 book. And then it went to The Apprentice, even more so when The Apprentice became so successful. But it's very hard to do that now. But I will tell you, I just have a great time with my life. I have a lot of incredible friends, including you. And it was a great honor to be asked by you. And I don't know how many people, this is one of the truly great men and great success stories, and it's an honor to be up here with you.
My pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben.
Let me give you a gift.
Thank you very much.
Let me give you a gift.
Thank you. Wow,
This is
beautiful.
the first map of the District of Columbia,
Thank you.
a model of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of Congress, the First Lady of the United States, and my fellow Americans. We meet tonight at a moment of unlimited potential. As we begin a new Congress, I stand here ready to work with you to achieve historic breakthroughs for all Americans. Millions of our fellow citizens are watching us now gathered in this great chamber, hoping that we will govern not as two parties, but as one nation. The agenda I will lay out this evening is not a Republican agenda or a Democrat agenda. It's the agenda of the American people. Many of us have campaigned on the same core promises to defend American jobs and demand fair trade for American workers, to rebuild and revitalize our nation's infrastructure, to reduce the price of health care and prescription drugs, to create an immigration system that is safe, lawful, modern, and secure, and to pursue a foreign policy that puts America's interest first. There is a new opportunity in American politics if only we have the courage together to seize it. Victory is not winning for our party. Victory is winning for our country. This year, America will recognize two important anniversaries that show us the majesty of America's mission and the power of American pride. In June, we mark 75 years since the start of what General Dwight D. Eisenhower called the Great Crusade, the Allied liberation of Europe in World War II. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, 15,000 young American men jumped from the sky and 60,000 more stormed in from the sea to save our civilization from tyranny. Here with us tonight are three of those incredible heroes. Private First Class Joseph Riley, Staff Sergeant Irving Locker, and Sergeant Herman Zaitchek. Please. Gentlemen, we salute you. In 2019, we also celebrate 50 years since brave young pilots flew 250,000 miles through space to plant the American flag on the face of the moon. Half a century later, we are joined by one of the Apollo 11 astronauts who planted that flag, Buzz Aldrin. Thank you, Buzz. This year, American astronauts will go back to space on American rockets. In the 20th century, America saved freedom, transformed science, redefined the middle class, and when you get down to it, there's nothing anywhere in the world that can compete with America. Now we must step boldly and bravely into the next chapter of this great American adventure. And we must create a new standard of living for the 21st century. An amazing quality of life for all of our citizens is within reach. We can make our community safer, our families stronger, our culture richer, our faith deeper, and our middle class bigger and more prosperous than ever before. But we must reject the politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good. Together, we can break decades of political stalemate. We can bridge old divisions, heal old wounds, build new coalitions, forge new solutions, and unlock the extraordinary promise of America's future. The decision is ours to make. We must choose between greatness or gridlock, results or resistance, vision or vengeance, incredible progress or pointless destruction. Tonight, I ask you to choose greatness. Over the last 2 years, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to confront problems neglected by leaders of both parties over many decades. In just over 2 years since the election, we have launched an unprecedented economic boom, a boom that has rarely been seen before. There's been nothing like it. We have created 5.3 million new jobs, and importantly added 600,000 new manufacturing jobs, something which almost everyone said was impossible to do. But the fact is, we are just getting started. Wages are rising at the fastest pace in decades and growing for blue-collar workers who I promised to fight for. They're growing faster than anyone else thought possible. Nearly 5 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps. The U.S. economy is growing almost twice as fast today as when I took office. And we are considered far and away the hottest economy anywhere in the world, not even close. Unemployment has reached the lowest rate in over half a century. African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment have all reached their lowest levels ever recorded. Unemployment for Americans with disabilities has also reached an all-time low. More people are working now than at any time in the history of our country. 157 million people at work. We passed a massive tax cut for working families and doubled the child tax credit. We virtually ended the estate tax, or death tax, as it is often called, on small businesses, for ranches, and also for family farms. We eliminated the very unpopular Obamacare individual mandate penalty. And to give critically ill patients access to life-saving cures, we passed, very importantly, right to try. My administration has cut more regulations in a short period of time than any other administration during its entire tenure. Companies are coming back to our country in large numbers, thanks to our historic reductions in taxes and regulations. And we have unleashed a revolution in American energy. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. And now, for the first time in 65 years, we are a net exporter of energy. After 24 months of rapid progress, our economy is the envy of the world. Our military is the most powerful on earth by far. And America America is again winning each and every day. Members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. That sounds so good. Our country is vibrant and our economy is thriving like never before. On Friday, it was announced that we added another 304,000 jobs last month alone, almost double the number expected. An economic miracle is taking place in the United States, and the only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations. If there is going to be peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation. It just doesn't work that way. We must be united at home to defeat our adversaries abroad. This new era of cooperation can start with finally confirming the more than 300 highly qualified nominees who are still stuck in the Senate, in some cases, years and years waiting. Not right. The Senate has failed to act on these nominations, which is unfair to the nominees and very unfair to our country. Now is the time for bipartisan action. Believe it or not, we have already proven that that's possible. In the last Congress, both parties came together to pass unprecedented legislation to confront the opioid crisis, a sweeping new farm bill, historic VA reforms, and after 4 decades of rejection, we passed VA accountability so that we can finally terminate those who mistreat our wonderful veterans. And just weeks ago, both parties united for groundbreaking criminal justice reform. They said it couldn't be done. Last year, I heard through friends the story of Alice Johnson. I was deeply moved. In 1997, Alice was sentenced to life in prison as a first-time nonviolent drug offender. Over the next 22 years, she became a prison minister, inspiring others to choose a better path. She had a big impact on that prison population and far beyond. Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing and the need to remedy this total injustice. She served almost that 22 years and had expected to be in prison for the remainder of her life. In June, I commuted Alice's sentence. When I saw Alice's beautiful family greet her at the prison gates, hugging and kissing and crying and laughing, I knew I did something right. Alice is with us tonight, and she is a terrific woman. Terrific. Alice, please. Alice, thank you for reminding us that we always have the power to shape our own destiny. Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you very much. Inspired by stories like Alice's, my administration worked closely with members of both parties to sign the First Step Act into law. Big deal. It's a big deal. This legislation reformed sentencing laws that have wrongly and disproportionately harmed the African American community. The First Step Act gives nonviolent offenders the chance to re-enter society as productive, law-abiding citizens. Now, states across the country are following our lead. America is a nation that believes in redemption. We are also joined tonight by Matthew Charles from Tennessee. In 1996, at the age of 30, Matthew was sentenced to 35 years for selling drugs and related offenses. Over the next 2 decades, he completed more than 30 Bible studies, became a law clerk, and mentored many of his fellow inmates. Now, Matthew is the very first person to be released from prison under the First Step Act. Matthew, please. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome home. Now, Republicans and Democrats must join forces again to confront an urgent national crisis. Congress has 10 days left to pass a bill that will fund our government, protect our homeland, and secure our very dangerous southern border. Now is the time for Congress to show the world that America is committed to ending illegal immigration and putting the ruthless coyotes, cartels, drug dealers, and human traffickers out of business. As we speak, large, organized caravans are on the march to the United States. We have just heard that Mexican cities, in order to remove the illegal immigrants from their communities, are getting trucks and buses to bring them up to our country in areas where there is little border protection. I have ordered another 3,750 troops to our southern border to prepare for this tremendous onslaught. This is a moral issue. The lawless state of our southern border is a threat to the safety, security, and financial well-being of all Americans. We have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens. This includes our obligation to the millions of immigrants living here today who followed the rules and respected our laws. Legal immigrants enrich our nation and strengthen our society in countless ways. I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever. but they have to come in legally. Tonight, I am asking you to defend our very dangerous southern border out of love and devotion to our fellow citizens and to our country. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards. Meanwhile, working class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospitals that are so crowded you can't get in, increased crime, and a depleted social safety net. Tolerance for illegal immigration is not compassionate. It is actually very cruel. One in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. Smugglers use migrant children as human pawns to exploit our laws and gain access to our country. Human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery. Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. The savage gang, MS-13, now operates in at least 20 different American states, and they almost all come through our southern border. Just yesterday, an MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. We are removing these gang members by the thousands, but until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure. Here tonight is Deborah Bissell. Just 3 weeks ago, Deborah's parents, Gerald and Sharon, were burglarized and shot to death in their Reno, Nevada home by an illegal alien. They were in their 80s and are survived by 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 20 great-grandchildren. Also here tonight are Gerald and Sharon's granddaughter, Heather, and great-granddaughter, Madison. To Deborah, Heather, Madison, please stand. Few can understand your pain. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I will never forget, and I will fight for the memory of Gerald and Sharon, that it should never happen again. Not one more American life should be lost because our nation failed to control its very dangerous border. In the last 2 years, our brave ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of criminal aliens, including those charged or convicted of nearly 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 killings or murders. We are joined tonight by one of those law enforcement heroes, ICE Special Agent Elvin Hernandez. When Elvin When Elvin was a boy, he and his family legally immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. At the age of 8, Elvin told his dad he wanted to become a special agent. Today, he leads investigations into the scourge of international sex trafficking. Elvin says that if I can make sure these young girls get their justice, I've really done my job. Thanks to his work and that of his incredible colleagues, more than 300 women and girls have been rescued from the horror of this terrible situation. And more than 1,500 sadistic traffickers have been put behind bars. We will always support the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I pledge to you tonight that I will never abolish our heroes from ICE. Thank you. My administration has sent to Congress a common sense proposal to end the crisis on the southern border. It includes humanitarian assistance, more law enforcement, drug detection at our ports, closing loopholes that enable child smuggling, and plans for a new physical barrier or wall to secure the vast areas between our ports of entry. In the past, most of the people in this room voted for a wall, but the proper wall never got built. I will get it built. This is a smart, strategic, see-through steel barrier, not just a simple concrete wall. It will be deployed in the areas identified by the border agents as having the greatest need. And these agents will tell you where walls go up, illegal crossings go way, way down. San Diego used to have the most illegal border crossings in our country. In response, a strong security wall was put in place. This powerful barrier almost completely ended illegal crossings. The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime, one of the highest in the entire country, and considered one of our nation's most dangerous cities. Now, immediately upon its building, with a powerful barrier in place, El Paso is one of the safest cities in our country. Simply put, walls work and walls save lives. So let's work together, compromise, and reach a deal that will truly make America safe. As we work to defend our people's safety, we must also ensure our economic resurgence continues at a rapid pace. No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year. You weren't supposed to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. Don't sit yet. You're going to like this. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before. That's great. Very great. And congratulations. That's great. As part of our commitment to improving opportunity for women everywhere, this Thursday, we are launching the first ever government-wide initiative focused on economic empowerment for women in developing countries. To build on, thank you. To build on our incredible economic success, one priority is paramount: reversing decades of calamitous trade policies. So bad. We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth, has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars. But I don't blame China for taking advantage of us. I blame our leaders and representatives for allowing this travesty to happen. I have great respect for President Xi, and we are now working on a new trade deal with China. But it must include real structural change to end unfair trade practices, reduce our chronic trade deficit, and protect American jobs. Another historic trade blunder was the catastrophe known as NAFTA. I have met the men and women of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, New Hampshire, and many other states whose dreams were shattered by the signing of NAFTA. For years, politicians promised them they would renegotiate for a better deal, but no one ever tried until now. Our new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, will replace NAFTA and deliver for American workers like they haven't had delivered to for a long time. I hope you can pass the USMCA into law so that we can bring back our manufacturing jobs in even greater numbers, expand American agriculture, protect intellectual property, and ensure that more cars are proudly stamped with our 4 beautiful words, made in the USA. Tonight, I am also asking you to pass the United States Reciprocal Trade Act so that if another country places an unfair tariff on an American product, we can charge them the exact same tariff on the exact same product that they sell to us. Both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I know that Congress is eager to pass an infrastructure bill, and I am eager to work with you on legislation to deliver new and important infrastructure investment, including investments in the cutting-edge industries of the future. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The next major priority for me and for all of us should be to lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs, and to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Already as a result of my administration's efforts in 2018, drug prices experienced their single largest decline in 46 years. But we must do more. it's unacceptable that Americans pay vastly more than people in other countries for the exact same drugs, often made in the exact same place. This is wrong. This is unfair. And together, we will stop it. We'll stop it fast. I am asking Congress to pass legislation that finally takes on the problem of global freeloading and delivers fairness and price transparency for American patients, finally. We should also require drug companies, insurance companies, and hospitals to disclose real prices to foster competition and bring costs way down. No force in history has done more to advance the human condition than American freedom. In recent years, we have made remarkable progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Scientific breakthroughs have brought a once distant dream within reach. My budget will ask Democrats and Republicans to make the needed commitment to eliminate the HIV epidemic in the United States within 10 years. We have made incredible strides, incredible. Together, we will defeat AIDS in America and beyond. Tonight, I am also asking you to join me in another fight that all Americans can get behind, the fight against childhood cancer. Joining Melania in the gallery this evening is a very brave 10-year-old girl, Grace Eline. Every birthday, hi, Grace. Every birthday since she was 4, Grace asked her friends to donate to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. She did not know that one day she might be a patient herself. That's what happened. Last year, Grace was diagnosed with brain cancer. Immediately, she began radiation treatment. At the same time, she rallied her community and raised more than $40,000 for the fight against cancer. When Grace completed treatment last fall, her doctors and nurses cheered They loved her, still love her. With tears in their eyes, as she hung up a poster that read, "Last day of chemo." Thank you very much, Grace. You are a great inspiration to everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Many childhood cancers have not seen new therapies in decades. My budget will ask Congress for $500 million over the next 10 years to fund this critical life-saving research. To help support working parents, the time has come to pass school choice for Americans' children. I am also proud to be the first president to include in my budget a plan for nationwide paid family leave so that every new parent has the chance to bond with their newborn child. There could be no greater contrast to the beautiful image of a mother holding her infant child than the chilling displays our nation saw in recent days. Lawmakers in New York cheered with delight upon the passage of legislation that would allow a baby to be ripped from the mother's womb moments from birth. These are living, feeling, beautiful babies who will never get the chance to share their love and their dreams with the world. And then we had the case of the governor of Virginia, where he stated he would execute a baby after birth. To defend the dignity of every person, I am asking Congress to pass legislation to prohibit the late-term abortion of children who can feel pain in the mother's womb. Let us work together to build a culture that cherishes innocent life. And let us reaffirm a fundamental truth. All children, born and unborn, are made in the holy image of God. The final part of my agenda is to protect American security. Over the last 2 years, we have begun to fully rebuild the United States military with $700 billion last year and $716 billion this year. We are also getting other nations to pay their fair share. Finally. For years, the United States was being treated very unfairly by friends of ours, members of NATO. But now we have secured, over the last couple of years, more than billion of increase in defense spending from our NATO allies. They said it couldn't be done. As part of our military buildup, the United States is developing a state-of-the-art missile defense system. Under my administration, we will never apologize for advancing America's interests. For example, decades ago, the United States entered into a treaty with Russia in which we agreed to limit and reduce our missile capability. While we followed the agreement and the rules to the letter, Russia repeatedly violated its terms. It's been going on for many years. That is why I announced that the United States is officially withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, or INF Treaty. Perhaps we really have no choice. Perhaps we can negotiate a different agreement, adding China and others, or perhaps we can't, in which case we will outspend and out-innovate all others by far. As part of a bold new diplomacy, we continue our historic push for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Our hostages have come home. Nuclear testing has stopped, and there has not been a missile launch in more than 15 months. If I had not been elected President of the United States, we would right now, in my opinion, be in a major war with North Korea. Much work remains to be done, but my relationship with Kim Jong-un is a good one. Chairman Kim and I will meet again on February 27th and 28th in Vietnam. Two weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair. Here in the United States, we are alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country. America was founded on liberty and independence, and not government coercion, domination, and control. We are born free, and we will stay free. Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country. One of the most complex set of challenges we face and have for many years is in the Middle East. Our approach is based on principled realism, not discredited theories that have failed for decades to yield progress. For this reason, my administration recognized the true capital of Israel and proudly opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Our brave troops have now been fighting in the Middle East for almost 19 years. In Afghanistan and Iraq, nearly 7,000 American heroes have given their lives. More than 52,000 Americans have been badly wounded. We have spent more than $7 trillion in fighting wars in the Middle East. As a candidate for president, I loudly pledged a new approach. Great nations do not fight endless wars. When I took office, ISIS controlled more than 20,000 square miles in Iraq and Syria just 2 years ago. Today, we have liberated virtually all of the territory from the grip of these bloodthirsty monsters. Now, as we work with our allies to destroy the remnants of ISIS, it is time to give our brave warriors in Syria a warm welcome home. I have also accelerated our negotiations to reach, if possible, a political settlement in Afghanistan. The opposing side is also very happy to be negotiating. Our troops have fought with unmatched valor, and thanks to their bravery, we are now able to pursue a possible political solution to this long and bloody conflict. In Afghanistan, my administration is holding constructive talks with a number of Afghan groups, including the Taliban. As we make progress in these negotiations, we will be able to reduce our troops' presence and focus on counterterrorism, and we will indeed focus on counterterrorism. We do not know whether we'll achieve an agreement, but we do know that after 2 decades of war, the hour has come to at least try for peace, and the other side would like to do the same thing. It's time. Above all, friend and foe alike must never doubt this nation's power and will to defend our people. 18 years ago, violent terrorists attacked the USS Cole, and last month, American forces killed one of the leaders of that attack. We are honored to be joined tonight by Tom Wibberley, whose son, Navy seaman Craig Wibberley, was one of the 17 sailors we tragically lost. Tom, we vow to always remember the heroes of the USS Cole. Thank you, Tom. My administration has acted decisively to confront the world's leading state sponsor of terror, the radical regime in Iran. It is a radical regime. They do bad, bad things. To ensure this corrupt dictatorship never acquires nuclear weapons, I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. And last fall, we put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed by us on a country. We will not avert our eyes from a regime that chants death to America and threatens genocide against the Jewish people. We must never ignore the vile poison of anti-Semitism or those who spread its venomous creed. With one voice, we must confront this hatred anywhere and everywhere it occurs. Just months ago, 11 Jewish Americans were viciously murdered in an anti-Semitic attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. SWAT officer Timothy Matson raced into the gunfire and was shot 7 times, chasing down the killer. He was very successful. Timothy has just had his 12th surgery, and he's going in for many more. But he made the trip to be here with us tonight. Officer Matson, please. Thank you. We are forever grateful. Thank you very much. Tonight, we are also joined by Pittsburgh survivor, Judah Samet. He arrived at the synagogue as the massacre began. But not only did Judah narrowly escape death last fall, more than 7 decades ago, he narrowly survived the Nazi concentration camps. Today is Judah's 81st birthday. They wouldn't do that for me, Judah. Judah says he can still remember the exact moment nearly 75 years ago, after 10 months in a concentration camp, when he and his family were put on a train and told they were going to another camp. Suddenly, the train screeched to a very strong halt. A soldier appeared. Judah's family braced for the absolute worst. Then his father cried out with joy, "It's the Americans! It's the Americans!" Thank you. A second Holocaust survivor who was here tonight, Joshua Kaufman, was a prisoner at Dachau. He remembers watching through a hole in the wall of a cattle car as American soldiers rolled in with tanks. To me, Joshua recalls, the American soldiers were proof that God exists, and they came down from the sky. They came down from heaven. I began this evening by honoring 3 soldiers who fought on D-Day in the Second World War. One of them was Herman Zaitchik. But there is more to Herman's story. A year after he stormed the beaches of Normandy, Herman was one of the American soldiers who helped liberate Dachau. He was one of the Americans who helped rescue Joshua from that hell on earth. Almost 75 years later, Herman and Joshua are both together in the gallery tonight, seated side by side, here in the home of American freedom. Herman and Joshua, your presence this evening is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you. When American soldiers set out beneath the dark skies over the English Channel in the early hours of D-Day 1944, they were just young men of 18 and 19 hurtling on fragile landing craft toward the most momentous battle in the history of war. They did not know if they would survive the hour. They did not know if they would grow old, but they knew that America had to prevail. Their cause was this nation and generations yet unborn. Why did they do it? They did it for America. They did it for us. Everything that has come since our triumph over communism, our giant leaps of science and discovery, our unrivaled progress towards equality and justice. All of it is possible thanks to the blood and tears and courage and vision of the Americans who came before. Think of this Capitol. Think of this very chamber where lawmakers before you voted to end slavery, to build the railroads and the highways, and defeat fascism, to secure civil rights, and to face down evil empires. Here tonight, we have legislators from across this magnificent republic. You have come from the rocky shores of Maine and the volcanic peaks of Hawaii, from the snowy woods of Wisconsin and the red deserts of Arizona, from the green farms of Kentucky and the golden beaches of California. Together, we represent the most extraordinary nation in all of history. What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? I ask the men and women of this Congress, look at the opportunities before us. Our most thrilling achievements are still ahead. Our most exciting journeys still await. Our biggest victories are still to come. We have not yet begun to dream. We must choose whether we are defined by our differences or whether we dare to transcend them. We must choose whether we squander our great inheritance or whether we proudly declare that we are Americans. We do the incredible. We defy the impossible. We conquer the unknown. This is the time to reignite the American imagination. This is the time to search for the tallest summit and set our sights on the brightest star. This is the time to rekindle the bonds of love and loyalty and memory that link us together as citizens, as neighbors, as patriots. This is our future, our fate, and our choice to make. I am asking you to choose greatness. No matter the trials we face, no matter the challenges to come, we must go forward together. We must keep America first in our hearts. We must keep freedom alive in our souls. And we must always keep faith in America's destiny. That one nation, under God, must be the hope and the promise and the light and the glory among all the nations of the world. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Welcome to our PBS NewsHour special live coverage of President Trump's second State of the Union address and the Democratic response. I'm Judy Woodruff. Mr. Trump faces a deeply divided Congress and nation. He is expected to call for unity while at the same time continuing his demand for a wall on the U.S. southern border with Mexico. Tonight's address was delayed a week by the federal government shutdown, with another potentially on the horizon next week. Stacey Abrams, who lost a close governor's race in Georgia last November, will deliver the Democratic response. But for the first time, we will see newly elected Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, seated behind Mr. Trump. It is his first address before this divided Congress with a new Democratic majority in the House. Our Lisa Desjardins is there at the Capitol, and Yamiche Alcindor is at the White House. Yamiche, the president left the White House. He's just arrived at the Capitol. What do we expect him to say?
Well, we know that the president is extremely excited to deliver the State of the Union address in the House chamber. It's important to note that the president at one point was looking at other locations outside Washington, D.C. to deliver his State of the Union address, but instead decided that the House was where he wanted to deliver it because of all its grandeur and all its history. We know that the president is going to be talking about immigration. He's going to be casting immigration as a moral issue and saying that the political class of D.C. that's safe and that has gates on their homes, that they're going to deny that same sense of security to working class people. The president's also going to try to deliver a unifying message and talk about prescription drugs and infrastructure. But the one thing to remember, of course, is that the president has some credibility issues on that because Democrats are saying that he has offended them, that he's insulted Democrats, that he's even suggested that Democrats don't believe in border security. But we're going to try to think that the president is really going to try to deliver a message to say that this is not about his agenda, but about America's agenda.
And Lisa, at the Capitol, it's hard to think of a State of the Union that has been preceded by as much drama as we've had over the last few weeks, waiting to see whether this government shutdown would end. They would come to some sort of temporary agreement. How has that affected the anticipation there?
I think there is a lot of anxiety and frustration at deeper levels, especially for Republicans here at the U.S. Capitol. But it's an interesting contrast tonight, Judy, because there's also a different kind of excitement than I've felt in a while here. And that's because, think about it, there are 101 new members of this Congress, many of them never elected to office before.
Lisa, I'm going to interrupt you just a second. Just 1 second.
The President of the United States.
And the president enters the chamber of the House of Representatives. Lisa, I interrupted you so that we could hear the president announced by the Sergeant at Arms, but continue with what you were saying. You were saying a lot of anxiety there.
Well, I'm happy to be interrupted by the entrance of the President of the United States. I'll step aside any time for that. There is anxiety, especially among Republicans, over the shutdown, and kind of in general, the last year has been one of ups and downs legislatively. However, there's a lot of excitement because think about this. 101 people in that chamber are newly elected. They've never been to a State of the Union before. So there's almost just sort of like a first day of school kind of excitement for many of these, especially younger and first-time lawmakers that are in that chamber tonight.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And a lot of them are a lot younger than the class that preceded them. As we watch President Trump greet and be greeted by members of Congress who are seated there along the aisle, I want to introduce all of you to the team who's going to be with me watching the president and analyzing his remarks later. Joining us all this night, syndicated columnist Mark Shields, Amy Walter of the Cook Political Report, Peter Weiner of the Ethics and Public Policy Center in Washington, who served in the last 3 Republican administrations, Karine Jean-Pierre, senior advisor to MoveOn.org. She worked in the Obama White House, and Chris Buskirk, editor of the conservative blog American Greatness. Welcome to all of you. And Mark Shields, I'm going to come to you first.
Sure.
This is the President Trump's second State of the Union address, but the atmosphere, I think it's fair to say, is very different from last year.
Totally different, Judy. It's after presidents have suffered stinging rebukes in midterm elections, the common approach is to reach a common ground, to reach across the aisle, come in a little bit humble, as Bill Clinton did in '94, as George Bush did in 2007, and it'll be interesting to see if President Donald Trump does try that sort of grace note that particularly comes to mind with George W. Bush, who said that he was so privileged to speak words that nobody had ever spoken before, Madam Speaker, when he introduced Nancy Pelosi the first time she was Speaker. And so I'll just be interested to see how he handles the rebuke or just ignores it.
And President Trump is giving, as tradition would have it, a copy of his remarks, the address to both Speaker Pelosi and Vice President Mike Pence, both of whom will be sitting behind him, and we'll be watching their reactions throughout the night because they are the fixture, as tradition would have it. The president at this point enjoying round of applause that he's getting as he and everybody's standing, Democrats and Republicans. It's a point of honor as the president comes in. Peter Wehner, you've watched this president before. He seems to be enjoying the moment.
Well, he enjoys it when he's the center of attention, and he is the center of attention. But I'll tell you what I'm looking for in this speech is his aides are saying that this is going to be an effort to unify the country. I just don't think that's realistic. And the reason I don't is that this is a person whose entire presidency has been based on division and acrimony and anger. And number one, I don't know that he can pull it off. And number two, even if he does, I don't know how plausible it is or how long it'll last.
Amy Walter, that's the skepticism that's out there, isn't it?
Well, and it's a well-earned skepticism. But look, there are actually real things on the table here that have to be, theoretically, have to be figured out in the next few days here, especially about a potential government shutdown.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, the First Lady of the United States, and my fellow Americans. We meet tonight at a moment of unlimited potential. As we begin a new Congress, I stand here ready to work with you to achieve historic breakthroughs for all Americans. Millions of our fellow citizens are watching us now gathered in this great chamber, hoping that we will govern not as two parties, but as one nation. The agenda I will lay out this evening is not a Republican agenda or a Democrat agenda. It's the agenda of the American people. Many of us have campaigned on the same core promises to defend American jobs and demand fair trade for American workers, to rebuild and revitalize our nation's infrastructure, to reduce the price of health care and prescription drugs, to create an immigration system that is safe, lawful, modern, and secure, and to pursue a foreign policy that puts America's interest first. There is a new opportunity in American politics if only we have the courage together to seize it. Victory is not winning for our party. Victory is winning for our country. This year, America will recognize two important anniversaries that show us the majesty of America's mission and the power of American pride. In June, we mark 75 years since the start of what General Dwight D. Eisenhower called the Great Crusade, the Allied liberation of Europe in World War II. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, 15,000 young American men jumped from the sky, and 60,000 more stormed in from the sea to save our civilization from tyranny. Here with us tonight are three of those incredible heroes. Private First Class Joseph Riley, Staff Sergeant Irving Locker, and Sergeant Herman Zaitchik. Please. Gentlemen, we salute you. In 2019, we also celebrate 50 years since brave young pilots flew 250,000 miles through space to plant the American flag on the face of the moon. Half a century later, we are joined by one of the Apollo 11 astronauts who planted that flag, Buzz Aldrin. Thank you, Buzz. This year, American astronauts will go back to space on American rockets. In the 20th century, America saved freedom, transformed science, redefined the middle class, and when you get down to it, there's nothing anywhere in the world that can compete with America. Now we must step boldly and bravely into the next chapter of this great American adventure. And we must create a new standard of living for the 21st century. An amazing quality of life for all of our citizens is within reach. We can make our community safer, our families stronger, our culture richer, our faith deeper, and our middle class bigger and more prosperous than ever before. But we must reject the politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good. Together, we can break decades of political stalemate. We can bridge old divisions, heal old wounds, build new coalitions, forge new solutions, and unlock the extraordinary promise of America's future. The decision is ours to make. We must choose between greatness or gridlock, results or resistance, vision or vengeance, incredible progress or pointless destruction. Tonight, I ask you to choose greatness. Over the last 2 years, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to confront problems neglected by leaders of both parties over many decades. In just over 2 years since the election, we have launched an unprecedented economic boom, a boom that has rarely been seen before. There's been nothing like it. We have created 5.3 million new jobs, and importantly added 600,000 new manufacturing jobs, something which almost everyone said was impossible to do. But the fact is, we are just getting started. Wages are rising at the fastest pace in decades and growing for blue-collar workers who I promised to fight for. They're growing faster than anyone else thought possible. Nearly 5 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps. The U.S. economy is growing almost twice as fast today as when I took office. And we are considered far and away the hottest economy anywhere in the world, not even close. Unemployment has reached the lowest rate in over half a century. African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment have all reached their lowest levels ever recorded. Unemployment for Americans with disabilities has also reached an all-time low. More people are working now than at any time in the history of our country. 157 million people at work. We passed a massive tax cut for working families and doubled the child tax credit. We virtually ended the estate tax, or death tax, as it is often called, on small businesses, for ranches, and also for family farms. We eliminated the very unpopular Obamacare individual mandate penalty. And to give critically ill patients access to life-saving cures, we passed, very importantly, right to try. My administration has cut more regulations in a short period of time than any other administration during its entire tenure. Companies are coming back to our country in large numbers, thanks to our historic reductions in taxes and regulations. And we have unleashed a revolution in American energy. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. And now, for the first time in 65 years, we are a net exporter of energy. After 24 months of rapid progress, our economy is the envy of the world. Our military is the most powerful on earth by far. And America America is again winning each and every day. Members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. That sounds so good. Our country is vibrant and our economy is thriving like never before. On Friday, it was announced that we added another 304,000 jobs last month alone, almost double the number expected. An economic miracle is taking place in the United States, and the only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations. If there is going to be peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation. It just doesn't work that way. We must be united at home to defeat our adversaries abroad. This new era of cooperation can start with finally confirming the more than 300 highly qualified nominees who are still stuck in the Senate In some cases, years and years waiting. Not right. The Senate has failed to act on these nominations, which is unfair to the nominees and very unfair to our country. Now is the time for bipartisan action. Believe it or not, we have already proven that that's possible. In the last Congress, both parties came together to pass unprecedented legislation to confront the opioid crisis, a sweeping new farm bill, historic VA reforms, and after 4 decades of rejection, we passed VA accountability so that we can finally terminate those who mistreat our wonderful veterans. And just weeks ago, both parties united for groundbreaking criminal justice reform. They said it couldn't be done. Last year, I heard through friends the story of Alice Johnson. I was deeply moved. In 1997, Alice was sentenced to life in prison as a first-time nonviolent drug offender. Over the next 22 years, she became a prison minister, inspiring others to choose a better path. She had a big impact on that prison population and far beyond. Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing and the need to remedy this total injustice. She served almost that 22 years and had expected to be in prison for the remainder of her life. In June, I commuted Alice's sentence. When I saw Alice's beautiful family greet her at the prison gates, hugging and kissing and crying and laughing, I knew I did something right. Alice is with us tonight, and she is a terrific woman. Terrific. Alice, please. Alice, thank you for reminding us that we always have the power to shape our own destiny. Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you very much. Inspired by stories like Alice's, my administration worked closely with members of both parties to sign the First Step Act into law. Big deal. It's a big deal. This legislation reformed sentencing laws that have wrongly and disproportionately harmed the African American community. The First Step Act gives nonviolent offenders the chance to re-enter society as productive, law-abiding citizens. Now, states across the country are following our lead. America is a nation that believes in redemption. We are also joined tonight by Matthew Charles from Tennessee. In 1996, at the age of 30, Matthew was sentenced to 35 years for selling drugs and related offenses. Over the next 2 decades, he completed more than 30 Bible studies, became a law clerk, and mentored many of his fellow inmates. Now, Matthew is the very first person to be released from prison under the First Step Act. Matthew, please. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome home. Now, Republicans and Democrats must join forces again to confront an urgent national crisis. Congress has 10 days left to pass a bill that will fund our government, protect our homeland, and secure our very dangerous southern border. Now is the time for Congress to show the world that America is committed to ending illegal immigration and putting the ruthless coyotes, cartels, drug dealers, and human traffickers out of business. As we speak, large, organized caravans are on the march to the United States. We have just heard that Mexican cities, in order to remove the illegal immigrants from their communities, are getting trucks and buses to bring them up to our country in areas where there is little border protection. I have ordered another 3,750 troops to our southern border to prepare for this tremendous onslaught. This is a moral issue. The lawless state of our southern border is a threat to the safety, security, and financial well-being of all Americans. We have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens. This includes our obligation to the millions of immigrants living here today who followed the rules and respected our laws. Legal immigrants enrich our nation and strengthen our society in countless ways. I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally. Tonight, I am asking you to defend our very dangerous southern border out of love and devotion to our fellow citizens and to our country. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards. Meanwhile, working class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospitals that are so crowded you can't get in, increased crime, and a depleted social safety net. Tolerance for illegal immigration is not compassionate. It is actually very cruel. One in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. Smugglers use migrant children as human pawns to exploit our laws and gain access to our country. Human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery. Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. The savage gang, MS-13, now operates in at least 20 different American states, and they almost all come through our southern border. Just yesterday, an MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. We are removing these gang members by the thousands, but until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure. Here tonight is Deborah Bissell. Just 3 weeks ago, Deborah's parents, Gerald and Sharon, were burglarized and shot to death in their Reno, Nevada home by an illegal alien. They were in their 80s and are survived by 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 20 great-grandchildren. Also here tonight are Gerald and Sharon's granddaughter, Heather, and great-granddaughter, Madison. To Deborah, Heather, Madison, please stand. Few can understand your pain. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I will never forget, and I will fight for the memory of Gerald and Sharon, that it should never happen again. Not one more American life should be lost because our nation failed to control its very dangerous border. In the last 2 years, our brave ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of criminal aliens including those charged or convicted of nearly 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 killings or murders. We are joined tonight by one of those law enforcement heroes, ICE Special Agent Elvin Hernandez. When Elvin When Elvin was a boy, he and his family legally immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. At the age of 8, Elvin told his dad he wanted to become a special agent. Today, he leads investigations into the scourge of international sex trafficking. Elvin says that if I can make sure these young girls get their justice, I've really done my job. Thanks to his work and that of his incredible colleagues, more than 300 women and girls have been rescued from the horror of this terrible situation. And more than 1,500 sadistic traffickers have been put behind bars. Thank you, Albert. We will always support the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I pledge to you tonight that I will never abolish our heroes from ICE. Thank you. My administration has sent to Congress a common sense proposal to end the crisis on the southern border. It includes humanitarian assistance, more law enforcement, drug detection at our ports, closing loopholes that enable child smuggling, and plans for a new physical barrier or wall to secure the vast areas between our ports of entry. In the past, most of the people in this room voted for a wall, but the proper wall never got built. I will get it built. This is a smart, strategic, see-through steel barrier, not just a simple concrete wall. It will be deployed in the areas identified by the border agents as having the greatest need. And these agents will tell you where walls go up, illegal crossings go way, way down. San Diego used to have the most illegal border crossings in our country. In response, a strong security wall was put in place. This powerful barrier almost completely ended illegal crossings. The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime, one of the highest in the entire country, and considered one of our nation's most dangerous cities. Now, immediately upon its building, with a powerful barrier in place. El Paso is one of the safest cities in our country. Simply put, walls work and walls save lives. So let's work together, compromise, and reach a deal that will truly make America safe. As we work to defend our people's safety, we must also ensure our economic resurgence continues at a rapid pace. No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year. You weren't supposed to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. Don't sit yet. You're going to like this. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before. That's great. Really great. And congratulations. That's great. As part of our commitment to improving opportunity for women everywhere, this Thursday, we are launching the first ever government-wide initiative focused on economic empowerment for women in developing countries. To build on, thank you. To build on our incredible economic success, one priority is paramount: reversing decades of calamitous trade policies. So bad. We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars. But I don't blame China for taking advantage of us. I blame our leaders and representatives for allowing this travesty to happen. I have great respect for President Xi, and we are now working on a new trade deal with China. But it must include real structural change to end unfair trade practices, reduce our chronic trade deficit, and protect American jobs. Another historic trade blunder was the catastrophe known as NAFTA. I have met the men and women of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, New Hampshire, and many other states whose dreams were shattered by the signing of NAFTA. For years, politicians promised them they would renegotiate for a better deal, but no one ever tried until now. Our new U.S. Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, will replace NAFTA and deliver for American workers like they haven't had delivered to for a long time. I hope you can pass the USMCA into law so that we can bring back our manufacturing jobs in even greater numbers, expand American agriculture, protect intellectual property, and ensure that more cars are proudly stamped with our 4 beautiful words, made in the USA. Tonight, I am also asking you to pass the United States Reciprocal Trade Act so that if another country places an unfair tariff on an American product, we can charge them the exact same tariff on the exact same product that they sell to us. Both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I know that Congress is eager to pass an infrastructure bill, and I am eager to work with you on legislation to deliver new and important infrastructure investment, including investments in the cutting-edge industries of the future. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The next major priority for me and for all of us should be to lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs, and to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Already as a result of my administration's efforts in 2018, drug prices experienced their single largest decline in 46 years. But we must do more. It's unacceptable that Americans pay vastly more than people in other countries for the exact same drugs, often made in the exact same place. This is wrong. This is unfair. And together, we will stop it. We'll stop it fast. I am asking Congress to pass legislation that finally takes on the problem of global freeloading and delivers fairness and price transparency for American patients, finally. We should also require drug companies, insurance companies, and hospitals to disclose real prices to foster competition and bring costs way down. No force in history has done more to advance the human condition than American freedom. In recent years, we have made remarkable progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Scientific breakthroughs have brought a once distant dream within reach. My budget will ask Democrats and Republicans to make the needed commitment to eliminate the HIV epidemic in the United States within 10 years. We have made incredible strides, incredible. Together, we will defeat AIDS in America and beyond. Tonight, I am also asking you to join me in another fight that all Americans can get behind, the fight against childhood cancer. Joining Melania in the gallery this evening is a very brave 10-year-old girl, Grace Eline. Every birthday, hi, Grace. Every birthday since she was 4, Grace asked her friends to donate to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. She did not know that one day she might be a patient herself. That's what happened. Last year, Grace was diagnosed with brain cancer. Immediately, she began radiation treatment. At the same time, she rallied her community and raised more than $40,000 for the fight against cancer. When Grace completed treatment last fall, her doctors and nurses cheered. They loved her. They still love her. With tears in their eyes, as she hung up a poster that read, "Last day of chemo." Thank you very much, Grace. You are a great inspiration to everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Many childhood cancers have not seen new therapies in decades. My budget will ask Congress for $500 million over the next 10 years to fund this critical life-saving research. To help support working parents, the time has come to pass school choice for Americans' children. I am also proud to be the first president to include in my budget a plan for nationwide paid family leave so that every new parent has the chance to bond with their newborn child. There could be no greater contrast to the beautiful image of a mother holding her infant child than the chilling displays our nation saw in recent days. Lawmakers in New York cheered with delight upon the passage of legislation that would allow a baby to be ripped from the mother's womb moments from birth. These are living, feeling, beautiful babies who will never get the chance to share their love and their dreams with the world. And then we had the case of the governor of Virginia, where he stated he would execute a baby after birth. To defend the dignity of every person, I am asking Congress to pass legislation to prohibit the late-term abortion of children who can feel pain in the mother's womb. Let us work together to build a culture that cherishes innocent life. And let us reaffirm a fundamental truth. All children, born and unborn, are made in the holy image of God. The final part of my agenda is to protect American security. Over the last 2 years, we have begun to fully rebuild the United States military with $700 billion last year and $716 billion this year. We are also getting other nations to pay their fair share. Finally. For years, the United States was being treated very unfairly by friends of ours, members of NATO. But now we have secured, over the last couple of years, more than $100 billion of increase in defense spending from our NATO allies. They said it couldn't be done. As part of our military buildup, the United States is developing a state-of-the-art missile defense system under my administration, we will never apologize for advancing America's interests. For example, decades ago, the United States entered into a treaty with Russia in which we agreed to limit and reduce our missile capability. While we followed the agreement and the rules to the letter, Russia repeatedly violated its terms. It's been going on for many years. That is why I announced that the United States is officially withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, or INF Treaty. Perhaps we really have no choice. Perhaps we can negotiate a different agreement, adding China and others, or perhaps we can't, in which case we will outspend and out-innovate all others by far. As part of a bold new diplomacy, we continue our historic push for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Our hostages have come home. Nuclear testing has stopped, and there has not been a missile launch in more than 15 months. If I had not been elected President of the United States, we would right now, in my opinion, be in a major war with North Korea. Much work remains to be done, but my relationship with Kim Jong-un is a good one. Chairman Kim and I will meet again on February 27th and 28th in Vietnam. Two weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair. Here in the United States, we are alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country. America was founded on liberty and independence, and not government coercion, domination, and control. We are born free, and we will stay free. Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country. One of the most complex set of challenges we face and have for many years is in the Middle East. Our approach is based on principled realism, not discredited theories that have failed for decades to yield progress. For this reason, my administration recognized the true capital of Israel and proudly opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Our brave troops have now been fighting in the Middle East for almost 19 years. In Afghanistan and Iraq, nearly 7,000 American heroes have given their lives. More than 52,000 Americans have been badly wounded. We have spent more than $7 trillion in fighting wars in the Middle East. As a candidate for president, I loudly pledged a new approach. Great nations do not fight endless wars. When I took office, ISIS controlled more than 20,000 square miles in Iraq and Syria just 2 years ago. Today, we have liberated virtually all of the territory from the grip of these bloodthirsty monsters. Now, as we work with our allies to destroy the remnants of ISIS, it is time to give our brave warriors in Syria a warm welcome home. I have also accelerated our negotiations to reach, if possible, a political settlement in Afghanistan. The opposing side is also very happy to be negotiating. Our troops have fought with unmatched valor, and thanks to their bravery, we are now able to pursue a possible political solution to this long and bloody conflict. In Afghanistan, my administration is holding constructive talks with a number of Afghan groups, including the Taliban. As we make progress in these negotiations, we will be able to reduce our troops' presence and focus on counterterrorism, and we will indeed focus on counterterrorism. We do not know whether we'll achieve an agreement, but we do know that after 2 decades of war, the hour has come to at least try for peace, and the other side would like to do the same thing. It's time. Above all, friend and foe alike must never doubt this nation's power and will to defend our people. 18 years ago, violent terrorists attacked the USS Cole, and last month, American forces killed one of the leaders of that attack. We are honored to be joined tonight by Tom Wibberley, whose son, Navy seaman Craig Wibberley, was one of the 17 sailors we tragically lost. Tom, we vow to always remember the heroes of the USS Cole. Thank you, Tom. My administration has acted decisively to confront the world's leading state sponsor of terror, the radical regime in Iran. It is a radical regime. They do bad, bad things. To ensure this corrupt dictatorship never acquires nuclear weapons, I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. And last fall, we put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed by us on a country. We will not avert our eyes from a regime that chants death to America and threatens genocide against the Jewish people. We must never ignore the vile poison of anti-Semitism or those who spread its venomous creed. With one voice, we must confront this hatred anywhere and everywhere it occurs. Just months ago, 11 Jewish Americans were viciously murdered in an anti-Semitic attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. SWAT officer Timothy Matson raced into the gunfire and was shot 7 times chasing down the killer. And he was very successful. Timothy has just had his 12th surgery, and he's going in for many more. But he made the trip to be here with us tonight. Officer Matson, please. Thank you. We are forever grateful. Thank you very much. Tonight, we are also joined by Pittsburgh survivor, Judah Samet. He arrived at the synagogue as the massacre began. But not only did Judah narrowly escape death last fall, more than 7 decades ago, he narrowly survived the Nazi concentration camps. Today is Judah's 81st birthday. They wouldn't do that for me, Judah. Judah says he can still remember the exact moment nearly 75 years ago, after 10 months in a concentration camp, when he and his family were put on a train and told they were going to another camp. Suddenly, the train screeched to a very strong halt. A soldier appeared. Judah's family braced for the absolute worst. Then his father cried out with joy, "It's the Americans, it's the Americans." Thank you. A second Holocaust survivor who was here tonight, Joshua Kaufman, was a prisoner at Dachau. He remembers watching through a hole in the wall of a cattle car as American soldiers rolled in with tanks. For me, Joshua recalls, the American soldiers were proof that God exists. And they came down from the sky. They came down from heaven. I began this evening by honoring 3 soldiers who fought on D-Day in the Second World War. One of them was Herman Zaitchik. But there is more to Herman's story. A year after he stormed the beaches of Normandy, Herman was one of the American soldiers who helped liberate Dachau. He was one of the Americans who helped rescue Joshua from that hell on earth. Almost 75 years later, Herman and Joshua are both together in the gallery tonight, seated side by side, here in the home of American freedom. Herman and Joshua, your presence this evening is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you. When American soldiers set out beneath the dark skies over the English Channel in the early hours of D-Day 1944, they were just young men of 18 and 19 hurtling on fragile landing craft toward the most momentous battle in the history of war. They did not know if they would survive the hour. They did not know if they would grow old, but they knew that America had to prevail. Their cause was this nation and generations yet unborn. Why did they do it? They did it for America. They did it for us. Everything that has come since our triumph over communism, our giant leaps of science and discovery, our unrivaled progress towards equality and justice, All of it is possible thanks to the blood and tears and courage and vision of the Americans who came before. Think of this Capitol. Think of this very chamber where lawmakers before you voted to end slavery, to build the railroads and the highways, and defeat fascism, to secure civil rights, and to face down evil empires. Here tonight, we have legislators from across this magnificent republic. You have come from the rocky shores of Maine and the volcanic peaks of Hawaii, from the snowy woods of Wisconsin and the red deserts of Arizona, from the green farms of Kentucky and the golden beaches of California. Together, we represent the most extraordinary nation in all of history. What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? I ask the men and women of this Congress, look at the opportunities before us. Our most thrilling achievements are still ahead. Our most exciting journeys still await. Our biggest victories are still to come. We have not yet begun to dream. We must choose whether we are defined by our differences or whether we dare to transcend them. We must choose whether we squander our great inheritance or whether we proudly declare that we are Americans. We do the incredible. We defy the impossible. We conquer the unknown. This is the time to reignite the American imagination. This is the time to search for the tallest summit and set our sights on the brightest star. This is the time to rekindle the bonds of love and loyalty and memory that link us together as citizens, as neighbors, as patriots. This is our future, our fate, and our choice to make. I am asking you to choose greatness. No matter the trials we face, no matter the challenges to come, we must go forward together. We must keep America first in our hearts. We must keep freedom alive in our souls. And we must always keep faith in America's destiny. That one nation, under God, must be the hope and the promise and the light and the glory among all the nations of the world. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
And that concludes President Trump's second State of the Union address. Coming up in a few minutes will be the Democrats' response that will be delivered by Stacey Abrams, who lost last November to Republican Brian Kemp in a tight contest for governor of Georgia. You can see the president applauding as he is applauded by members of Congress as he is there in the chamber of the House of Representatives with all the members of the House and the Senate, his cabinet, members of the Supreme Court. This has been an hour-and-a-half long speech. The president touched on themes from unifying the two parties, pleading with Democrats to work with him on his immigration and border security proposal, deploring abortion, loosening abortion rights measures, and on a number of foreign policy issues. It crossed the spectrum, and there was a good amount of this speech was devoted to celebrating heroes in the audience, from World War II Holocaust survivors to a young girl who has fought back brain cancer. I'm joined here in the studio by Mark Shields, Amy Walter, Peter Wehner, Karine Jean-Pierre, and Chris Buzzkirk. And Mark, I want to turn to you first. This is a president who spent so much of this speech pleading with Democrats to work with him across the aisle, pleading for unity, and yet we're coming off one of the most divided periods in recent history.
Yes, Judy, it's fascinating to me. As I listen to the speech, he devoted 3 pages of the speech to the economy. And he's got a marvelous economic story to tell, and he never talks about it. I mean, he very, very rarely brings it up. And he did tonight, and I think he's on strong ground when he does it. The rest of it, when he said this is not, he opened it up by saying this is not a two-party. It's not, I don't want a Republican or Democrat response. Anytime you use Democrat as an adjective, it sends up the hairs on the back of every Democrat's neck. The word is democratic. That's an adjective. Democrat is a dismissive, pejorative word. And, so if you're offering an olive branch, that isn't the way to begin. It was a long speech. He delivers the speech better than he has in the past, but I just thought it was conspicuously unmemorable.
Peter Wehner?
I'd say a couple of things. Just from the craft of a speech, it was very bad. It was banal, it was undisciplined, it was windy, and it was tossed together. It didn't have the sense that there was somebody in control of the speech. The teleprompter is not a friend of Donald Trump, and he proved that tonight. And this is a man who's more or less allergic to eloquence, and he showed that again tonight. So in that respect, I thought it was a bad speech. I thought it was, contrary to what his aide said, it wasn't a speech of unity. It was, at its core, a speech for the base. He devoted 1 sentence to education, and he must have gone on 15 minutes on illegal immigration. So that was his target audience. The last thing on this immigration issue, that argument and his entire case is built on a fiction. And the fiction is that this is an unprecedented crisis. You can be in favor of border security, but illegal border apprehensions are at their lowest point since 1971, and yet he speaks as if this is the great crisis facing America, and it's not.
Amy Walter, what did you make of it?
Yeah, this sounded a lot more to me like a 2020 convention speech at the RNC than a State of the Union speech. You made a point, Judy, saying he was pleading with Democrats. I didn't really hear pleading. I heard him saying, as he has pretty much for the entirety of the time that Democrats have been in control of Congress, that this is the way that I want it to be. Here are the problems on the border. He's made the same case over and over again on border security and what he wants for the wall. There wasn't a sense we're going to compromise, we're going to find common ground, and really no answer to the question of what happens in 10 days from now to the government workers who are sitting there wondering, if there is no agreement, what happens to us?
I want to turn to our correspondent at the Capitol, Lisa Desjardins, and Yamiche Alcindor, who's at the White House. Lisa, the members had some sense of what the president was going to say tonight, but they didn't know. They certainly didn't know all the detail. Are you able to pick up from any of them in these last few minutes how they read this?
Yeah, I'm looking off to my right here with the House chamber, just about 100 feet away, Judy. And I see members just starting to come out now. So we haven't had the chance to talk to them yet. And I've been emailing with my sources. I think some things that they will be thinking about. This is a tough speech in a way for members to react to, because I counted myself 29 different topics. That's not just words he mentioned, but topics that he spoke about in multiple sentences. That's a lot to react to. On the one hand, he did reach out in bipartisan ways on some issues. On the other hand, on issue of border security, he tried to make that a class issue and say that Democrats were against the working class in their stance for illegal immigrants. I think that's something we're going to see Democrats react strongly to, as well as the abortion language that the president had. I would expect a statement from Virginia's governor, Ralph Northam, who was specifically singled out for, I think, direct attack from the president. But Judy, I'll let you know, we're waiting for the members to come out now. As you saw, the applause was scattered, sometimes bipartisan, sometimes we saw even the president's most adamant opponents stand up for his statements. Other times it was clearly a partisan room.
Very quickly to Yamiche Alcindor at the White House. We've got about 3.5 minutes before we hear from Stacey Abrams with the Democratic response. Yamiche, the president went into this knowing that he's working with a Democratic majority in the House. That had to enter into the calculus of what he had to say.
Well, the White House said that this was supposed to be a speech about unity and a speech about bringing the country together. But the president made clear that he doesn't want to compromise and that he still wants a border to be built and a border wall to be built. The president also used some misleading language. He talked about the fact that border walls in San Diego and El Paso led to a decrease in crime and a decrease in illegal immigration. What we know for a fact, actually, is that there has been no new wall built and that there has been some fixes to existing fences that were passed by prior administrations. The president also was talking about the idea that border walls would somehow stop the flow of illegal drugs coming into this country. What we know is that most drugs come through legal ports of entry. The president did, however, talk about the low unemployment rate for African Americans. That is true. The employment rates are very low. He also talked about NATO and getting NATO to have more defense spending. That is true. The president pushed that body to spend more on defense spending and to have the countries around him spend more on defense spending. The president, in some ways, had a touching moment. He talked about a cancer survivor that he brought as a guest, and he also talked about Alice Johnson, who he freed from prison. Those were moments where you could see unity. But I think the most telling moment for me as a reporter watching this was when the president said the state of our union is strong. Mike Pence clapped. Republicans started chanting USA, USA, but Nancy Pelosi sat in her seat. And what that tells me is that we can believe our eyes. The state of our union is divided. And we have a president who, as much as he wants to talk about the border wall and border security, he also is someone who is still using misleading statements and still not telling the entire truth in a speech that was, as you noted, an hour and a half long.
And to Robert Costa joining us now, Washington Post reporter Robert Costa, who's also, of course, the moderator of PBS's Washington Week. Robert, I saw you tweeting during the speech about the president going back to basics when it came to immigration and the border wall.
A dark, defiant speech that has echoes of what he said, American carnage at his inauguration, echoes of what he said in 2015 when he entered the presidential race. His message on illegal immigration was one of trying to say to the Republican Party, stick with me, taking this hard line, trying to build a border wall. This is a president staring divided government in the face and saying, I will not change.
And Robert, there is a contradiction there because the White House all day today and leading up until this, saying the president was going to be reaching out, trying to show that he was prepared to work with Democrats.
That was the White House message, but then there was the actual message in this speech. It began with overtures to the Democrats, mentions of Buzz Aldrin, chants of USA, USA, then that turn toward immigration, the turn toward talk of mass illegal immigration at the border, of crime. This is who President Trump was reaching out to, the Republican voter who he wants to stand by him through this turbulent year ahead with Robert Mueller's investigation looming and so much else.
All right, Robert Costa with Washington Week in Review and also with the Washington Post. And now the Democratic response. It's being delivered tonight by Stacey Abrams, who lost a close race for governor in Georgia.
Good evening, my fellow Americans, and happy Lunar New Year. I'm Stacey Abrams, and I'm honored to join the conversation about the state of our union. Growing up, my family went back and forth between lower middle class and working class. Yet even when they came home weary and bone tired, my parents found a way to show us all who we could be. My librarian mother taught us to love learning. My father, a shipyard worker, put in overtime and extra shifts, and they made sure we volunteered to help others. Later, they both became United Methodist ministers, an expression of the faith that guides us. These were our family values: faith, service, education, and responsibility. Now, we only had one car, so sometimes my dad had to hitchhike and walk long stretches during the 30-mile trip home from the shipyards. One rainy night, my mom got worried. We piled in the car and went out looking for him. And we eventually found my dad making his way along the road, soaked and shivering in his shirt sleeve. When he got in the car, my mom asked if he'd left his coat at work. He explained that he'd given it to a homeless man he'd met on the highway. When we asked why he'd given away his only jacket, my dad turned to us and said, "I knew when I left that man he'd still be alone, but I could give him my coat because I knew you were coming for me." Our power and strength as Americans lives in our hard work and our belief in more. My family understood firsthand that while success is not guaranteed, better America. Just a few weeks ago, I joined volunteers to distribute meals to furloughed federal workers. They waited in line for a box of food and a sliver of hope since they hadn't received paychecks in weeks. Making livelihoods of our federal workers a pawn for political games is a disgrace. The shutdown was a stunt, engineered by the President of the United States, one that defied every tenet of fairness and abandoned not just our people, but our values. For 7 years, I led the Democratic Party in the Georgia House of Representatives. I didn't always agree with the Republican speaker or governor, but I understood that our constituents didn't care about our political parties, they cared about their lives. So when we had to negotiate criminal justice reform or transportation or foster care improvements, the leaders of our state didn't shut down. We came together and we kept our word. It should be no different in our nation's capital. We may come from different sides of the political aisle, but our joint commitment to the ideals of this nation cannot be negotiable. Our most urgent work is to realize Americans' dreams of today and tomorrow, to carve a path to independence and prosperity that can last a lifetime. Children deserve an excellent education from cradle to career. We owe them safe schools and the highest standards, regardless of zip code. Yet this White House responds timidly, while first graders practice active shooter drills and the price of higher education grows ever steeper. From now on, our leaders must be willing to tackle gun safety measures and face the crippling effect of educational loans, to support educators and invest what is necessary to unleash the power of America's greatest minds. In Georgia and around the country, people are striving for a middle class where a salary truly equals economic security. But instead, families' hopes are being crushed by Republican leadership that ignores real life or just doesn't understand it. Under the current administration, far too many hardworking Americans are falling behind, living paycheck to paycheck, most without labor unions to protect them from even worse harm. The Republican tax bill rigged the system against working people. Rather than bringing back jobs, plants are closing, layoffs are looming, and wages struggle to keep pace with the actual cost of living. We owe more to the millions of everyday folks who keep our economy running, like truck drivers forced to buy their own rigs, farmers caught in a trade war, small business owners in search of capital, and domestic workers serving without labor protection. Women and men who could thrive if only they had the support and freedom to do so. We know bipartisanship could craft a 21st century immigration plan, but this administration chooses to cage children and tear families apart. Compassionate treatment at the border is not the same as open border. President Reagan understood this. President Obama understood this. Americans understand this. And Democrats stand ready to effectively secure our ports and borders. But we must all embrace that from agriculture to healthcare to entrepreneurship, America is made stronger by the presence of immigrants, not walls. And rather than suing to dismantle the Affordable Care Act, as Republican attorneys general have, our leaders must protect the progress we've made and commit to expanding healthcare and lowering costs for everyone. My father has battled prostate cancer for years. To help cover the cost, I found myself sinking deeper into debt because while you can defer some payments, you can't defer cancer treatment. In this great nation, Americans are skipping blood pressure pills, forced to choose between buying medicine or paying rent. Maternal mortality rates show that mothers, especially Black mothers, risk death to give birth. And in 14 states, including my home state, where a majority want it, our leaders refuse to expand Medicaid, which could save rural hospitals, save economies, and save lives. We can do so much more. Take action on climate change. Defend individual liberties with fair-minded judges. But none of these ambitions are possible without the bedrock guarantee of our right to vote. Let's be clear. Voter suppression is real. From making it harder to register and stay on the rolls, to moving and closing polling places, to rejecting lawful ballots, we can no longer ignore these threats to democracy. While I acknowledge the results of the 2018 election here in Georgia, I did not, and we cannot, accept efforts to undermine our right to vote. That's why I started a nonpartisan organization called Fair Fight to advocate for voting rights. This is the next battle for our democracy, one where all eligible citizens can have their say about the vision we want for our country. We must reject the cynicism that says allowing every eligible vote to be cast and counted is a power grab. Americans understand that these are the values our brave men and women in uniform and our veterans risk their lives to defend. The foundation of our moral leadership around the globe is free and fair elections, where voters pick their leaders, not where politicians pick their voters. In this time of division and crisis, we must come together and stand for and with one another. America has stumbled time and again on its quest towards justice and equality. But with each generation, we have revisited our fundamental truth, and where we falter, we make amends. We fought Jim Crow with the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. Yet we continue to confront racism from our past and in our present, which is why we must hold everyone from the highest offices to our own families accountable for racist words and deeds, and call racism what it is, wrong. America achieved a measure of reproductive justice in Roe v. Wade, but we must never forget it is immoral to allow politicians to harm women and families to advance a political agenda. We affirmed marriage equality, and yet the LGBTQ community remains under attack. So, even as I am very disappointed by the president's approach to our problems, I still don't want him to fail. But we need him to tell the truth and to respect his duties and respect the extraordinary diversity that defines America. Our progress has always been found in the refuge, in the basic instinct of the American experiment, to do right by our people. And with a renewed commitment to social and economic justice, we will create a stronger America together. Because America wins by fighting for our shared values against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That is who we are. And when we do so, never wavering, the state of our union will always be strong. Thank you, and may God bless the United States of America.
And that was Stacey Abrams delivering the Democrats' response to the president's State of the Union address. Still with us at the NewsHour table, Mark Shields, Amy Walter, Peter Wehner, Karine Jean-Pierre, and Chris Buskirk. Karine, remarkable on a number of counts. I mean, in contrast to the president, you have a woman of color delivering the Democratic response, and you have someone who lost a race who doesn't hold office right now. I believe that's a first.
It is a first.
To have someone not holding office making the Democratic response. She went to her family. She talked about her father, and she laid it on the line in terms of what this administration has done in terms of health care, immigration, and the shutdown.
Yep, you said it perfectly, Judy. That's exactly right. She is the first Black woman to give a response. Look, giving a response is very difficult. It's not easy to do. Many have failed, and I believe she nailed it tonight. It was a complete opposite, a contrast to what we just heard from Donald Trump moments ago, a speech at a State of the Union that you would never hear being given by a president of the United States. Her speech was powerful. It was optimistic. It was talking about bringing people together. And it wasn't going down in the mud with Donald Trump, which is something that Democrats shouldn't do. It should be about a vision of how we're going to move America forward. And that's what we heard from her. Another thing that you just said, Judy, that I really agree with you on is having a woman of color respond to Donald Trump. That alone is such a powerful statement, especially from all the hateful rhetoric that we hear from this president and we've heard from this president these last 2 years.
Chris Buskirk, what did you take away from Stacey Abrams?
I thought two things: style and substance. I thought she was a really interesting choice to do the rebuttal. I was sort of expecting before she was announced maybe somebody like a Kamala Harris or something like that. And then the political context struck me, and I thought there are so many Democrats, Kamala Harris being one of them, running for president. They almost had to go with somebody who wasn't in office. And so there's this backdrop, which I keep thinking about, how does this whole night play into 2020, both for the president, also for Democrats who obviously will be seeking the presidency. And so that's sort of the style, the political part of it. On the substance, I thought it was, it was very up in the air. It was very a lot of sort of glib talk about, shirt off my back and this sort of thing. Great. I mean, those things sound good, but then you have to sort of come up with policies to put behind that. There's the rhetoric and then there's the action. And so it just struck me that what we've seen over the past 15, 20 years is that the Democratic Party,
Thank you,
I got
Chris.
the adjective,
Yep, that's right.
the Democratic Party has become the party of the rich. Since 2008, the majority of voters with over $200,000 of income have gone Democratic. And that doesn't jive well with the rhetoric. And that was, I think there's this battle for the middle class. We saw it in Trump's speech, trying to explain what his vision is for the middle class and for the working class and how that ties to things like immigration and trade. And then you saw Stacey Abrams trying to claim that same mantle for the Democratic Party. And that's where this battle is going to be fought.
Is that what you heard, Mark Shields?
Yeah, I mean, I think Stacey Abrams did not try to answer Donald Trump. She gave basically a Democratic speech, her Democratic speech, or sort of her signature speech. It's an impossible assignment for anybody. And if we wanted to list on one hand the memorable ones, I think, we unfortunately remember the unfortunate, the Marco Rubio striving for the water, whatever else. Jim Webb, I think, probably gave the only good one I can remember. That was 15 or 13 years ago. But she was good. I think Chris is right. It was a way of avoiding a family argument. I mean, you choose her. You stay out of the presidential. You're not showing favoritism. And certainly, I mean, she emerged from that race in Georgia with a surprising strength. I just say one thing. What Trump tried to do in his speech was he tried to recreate the Reagan mystique. Ronald Reagan could talk about America and its values by talking about World War II and D-Day. He had a great gift for that. It doesn't ring true with Donald Trump because he's never talked about it before. It's never been part of his basic composition or just in his knowledge. And I thought that the idea that an American first, which is what his foreign policy is, the irony is he's praising World War II and America's involvement in it when his predecessors in that movement, America First, did everything they could to stay out of World War II. So, I mean, it's sort of an interesting bookend philosophically, if contradictory.
It was striking that Stacey Abrams was the one who cited President Reagan. She
That's
talked
right.
About
No, exactly.
Understanding
Right.
that compassionate treatment at the border is not the same as open borders. Put Stacey Abrams in context, Peter Weiner, with what the president.
Well, as everybody said, it's very, very hard to give a response to the State of the Union. I thought that she carried off pretty well. I mean, you've had some people who have crashed and burned in these kinds of things. Nobody's ever given a response to State of the Union that's been really deeply memorable, and this one won't be either. It was probably a good choice for the Democrats to make for the reasons that Chris said. I thought she was relitigating to some extent her loss in Georgia. She spent a fair amount on the right to vote. That's an important issue. But when you have 7 minutes to give a national response, I think I probably would have advised going in a different direction. It was culture, leaning toward culture as opposed to economic growth. and it wasn't a hugely uplifting vision, but it was fine. I will say that a week from now, both speeches I think will be forgotten.
What do you think the overriding message?
You're right. With everybody, the
yeah.
contrast will be important. I think Chris made a good point too. It's, we get into 2020, the battle is who best represents middle class, do middle class people, who do they think is looking out for them, the Republican or the Democrat? And also this fight that we're going to see in 2020 reflects what Mark was talking about. The president, really a nostalgia, right, for the way things were and celebrating things of the past versus Stacey Abrams, what she represents, both her age, her gender, and her race, sort of future looking. We're going to have somebody that looks different, sounds different, comes from so many different places to be in a leadership position. So those will be a contrast. I thought she also basically hit every note of the sort of grievances of Democrats for the last 2 years. Children in cages, you have to call racism out. The president needs to tell the truth. Being able to get every one of those, this is sort of this trying to be above, right, above politics. We're going to be the party that doesn't get down to the muck, but then got a chance to just get some of those digs just right in there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we are just a couple of minutes more before we take a short break. But I just want to quickly say to Karine, I thought from cosmetically, I think they needed more light.
You said that at the beginning. You said it's so dark.
It was dark, and I think when you give the Democratic response, it's often in an unfortunate location. It's someplace it's not the chamber of the House, and you can't see, and you're focused on trying to see and hear sometimes, and they do reach for water.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Well, we are going to be back after the turn of the hour, but we know that some stations will be cutting away. We are coming up on 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific time, and as our coverage of the State of the Union continues, we are going to give some PBS stations the opportunity to resume their regular programming. But for those stations staying with us, and for those of you watching online, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Mark Shields, Peter Weiner, Chris Buzzkirk, Amy Walter, and Karine Jean-Pierre. Thank you. And welcome back to special PBS NewsHour coverage of the State of the Union address tonight and the Democratic response. I'm Judy Woodruff, and let's pick up the conversation where we left off with Lisa Desjardins. She is at the Capitol, where she's been following a reaction to the president's speech, and Yamiche Alcindor, who's at the White House. Lisa, I'm going to come to you because you were looking for some members to try to get their reaction. Were you able to talk to any?
Right. I was able to speak to a wide group of members, everyone from the top Republican in the House, Kevin McCarthy, to one of the freshman Democrats. Your panel will be shocked. There are differing views on how the president did tonight. Kevin McCarthy is someone who's seen as one of the closest allies of the president, so I wanted to make sure and talk to him. He said he thought the president did very well and that, in his words, surpassed Democratic expectations. He said he thought the president reached out to Democrats more than he or Democrats would have expected. When I brought up the areas that Democrats felt were attacks, he said he felt they were justified. When you talk to Democrats like Colin Allred of Texas, a freshman member, he said he wanted to look for points of agreement, but when the president brought up specifically his tone and words on immigration, Allred being from a border state, he found that was a problem. That he went too far and that it got too partisan. And he also, interesting, Judy said, as a freshman, he didn't expect to have such a feeling when he walked into that chamber that he didn't just represent himself, but that every time he stood up, he was standing up for his entire district. He said he felt that heavily on his shoulders.
It's interesting, Lisa, Mark Shields just handed me a note saying that he thought for the most part the freshman members behave themselves, that they didn't that they didn't get out of control. How did you read that? I mean, I'm sure you were watching too, their reaction. They did stand. I mean, the women were standing, freshmen and others, when the president talked about more women being employed today than ever.
Right. That was one of the more delightful and surprising moments of the night, I think. But Mark Shields is on to something, not for the first time. That is intentional, Judy. This freshman class has been very strategic. They are aggressive and assertive. They are activists mostly, but they are being very careful about when they choose their moments. And they want to be seen as dignified and serious. They do not want to be seen as a class that is going to knee-jerk react to everything. And I think you saw that in the speech tonight. I think we will see in their Twitter feeds probably more of their emotional reaction that they chose not to display as much on the House floor.
I know that Speaker Pelosi said earlier today, when I was one of a group of reporters talking to her, she said that she didn't think she would need to signal to her members to, quote unquote, behave or stay calm. But there was a point during tonight's State of the Union when it looked like she was gesturing. I'm not sure. I don't know whether you saw that.
I know I did see, but with we're thinking of different moments perhaps. I saw her gesturing toward the Republican side when the president said something to the effect of, if I was not president, I think we would be in a major war with North Korea. And there was some applause. I saw Speaker Pelosi look over a sconce and kind of try to see who was clapping at that line about major war. I missed any other moment like that, so I don't know if that's the same one.
Well, that line certainly got a reaction. I want to turn to Yamiche at the White House. Yamiche, they had to take into consideration that this is a very different Congress the president was talking to tonight than the one he's been dealing with for the last 2 years.
I think the president took that into consideration, and that's why you saw the president do that shout out and say there are a record number of women serving in Congress. He didn't talk about the fact that the record number of women are serving on the Democratic side and wearing all white to make sure that is visually very, very shown. But the president here was in some ways still trying to have this tone of unification, while I still think not compromising. The president wanted to make it clear that he wants his wall. He said walls save lives. But he did talk about health care, and he talked about it in a long way, much like he did with immigration. He spent some time really talking about the cost of health care and how he wanted to eliminate the transmission of HIV/AIDS. I want to also point out something that he said about cancer research. He said, my budget will ask Congress for $500 million over the next 10 years to fund this critical life-saving research. Now, it's important to point out that while the president, that's going to be about $50 million a year if it's spread out evenly over 10 years, that's a fraction of the total budget. It's about 0.001%. And in President Obama's last State of the Union, he talked about cancer research funds as well. By 2023, the budget estimate for the program that was started by President Obama would be $1.8 billion. So what you have there is just a really comparison of President Trump and President Obama. But I think there are a lot of Democrats who stood up and clapped when they heard the president talk about health care. But of course, they also were, I think, were very dismayed when he pointed out the idea that immigrants and people that come to this country and are undocumented are somehow adding to the criminalization of America.
It's so important to get this context and to get these comparative numbers, Yamiche. I mean, I certainly appreciate, I know our audience appreciates the fact that you and our crack team of researchers here have been looking at this, looking at what the president is saying, trying to understand what the context is. Because it may be that a number is accurate, but when you put it in context and you compare it with what has been done in the past, it can take on a different cast. I want to also bring in Robert Costa, moderator of PBS's Washington Week, and of course a reporter at the Washington Post. Robert, you had been telling us earlier in the hour that this is President Trump going back to who he is and what he fundamentally believes. But there was this reaching out to Democrats tonight to say, you have a choice, you can work with me or not. It's it's a chance to make a difference. Why do you think they did that?
The president believes that he can try to maybe work with Democrats down the line, but more important to him, based on my conversations with White House officials, is solidifying that Republican base, reassuring them on immigration, that signature campaign promise, the border wall, in some way is going to be pursued. That's the president's aim. He believes that base will sustain him through all the political wins that are likely to come this year. Is there a chance the Democrats could work with the president on something like prescription drugs or infrastructure? Sure. But this is a White House, from Acting Chief of Staff Mulvaney to the cabinet to the president himself, who are not pursuing those things, those bipartisan aims, in the same aggressive way.
But those numbers, we know, the base numbers don't add up to 51%. So that has to be part of the calculus as well.
Well, that's exactly right. But this is a White House right now that's looking more at Governor Larry Hogan of Maryland, looking at former Massachusetts Governor Bill Weld, and they see a possible primary challenge on the horizon if those Republican numbers in various polls start to slip. And they want to prevent that from happening. The White House has urged its political allies to take action at the party level to try to stave off a primary challenge. You're right. The general election, his numbers are weak across almost every poll. At the same time, this is a White House that says we have to stop a primary first.
Yeah, fascinating. We're all thinking ahead. We're trying not to think ahead to 2020, but we are thinking ahead to 2020. But you're absolutely right, Robert, in that the White House has to be focused on the next contest. And if there's a primary challenge, that's what they have to deal with first. Robert Costa, thank you very much. Still with us at the table, of the NewsHour table, Mark Shields, Amy Walter, Peter Wehner, Karine Jean-Pierre, and Chris Buskirk. I want to take you back to one of the president's comments tonight. We've been talking about rejecting the politics of revenge, but this is, I believe this is right. Am I hearing you correctly? Those of you who are talking in my ear, the chunk of sound that we want to play. This is when the president spoke about the constitutional amendment that gave women the right to vote. Let's listen.
And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before.
Dressed in white in honor of women's suffrage. Mark Shields, that was a striking moment because the president is celebrating the fact that more women are working than ever before, more women elected to Congress. Of course, most of those women are Democrats. Republicans lost numbers of women in the House of Representatives.
That's right. I mean, we're now talking about 80% of the women in Congress are Democrats. The 35 elected in 2018, all but one was a Democrat. I think even beyond that, as you look at the diversity, I mean, the religious diversity, all the Hindus, the Muslims, the Buddhists, I mean, are Democrats. I mean, all but 2 of the Jewish members are Democrats. I mean, it's fascinating that the Republicans have become narrow. And I just say this about Donald Trump. His strategy, as Robert Costa was talking about it, is totally alien and contradictory to that of George W. Bush, who added 11.5 million votes from 2000 to 2004. It's totally alien to that of Ronald Reagan, who went from...
You mean relying on the base?
Relying on the base. I mean, the point is to enlarge it. Or Bill Clinton, or anybody who won a second term. And I mean, it's just that tending the base and holding the base and courting the base and wooing the base and making sure... I mean, I just think it's a very finite and limited political strategy.
But we heard Robert say, Peter Wehner, we heard Robert say what they're focused on right now is a potential Republican challenge.
I think that's right. And they're also, frankly, focused on impeachment. They have to, with the specter of impeachment, he's got to keep his base there. I want to say one thing that Mark had said with the contrast with Reagan, which is true in many ways. One of the things I was struck by, and I wonder if people really fully realize, is the degree to which Donald Trump has transformed the Republican Party on a whole set of issues. There was not a word about spending or deficits or limited government or liberty. Illegal immigration. Ronald Reagan gave amnesty to 3 million, and Trump devoted so much of his attention there. Protectionism. Ronald Reagan was a free trader. Donald Trump is a protectionist. He was critical of NATO. He had more critical words to say about NATO than he did with North Korea. And one of the things that a lot of us during the primary season said that Donald Trump could do the Republican Party that Hillary Clinton never could do, is to transform it, because he could do it from within. And I do think if people went back and read the speeches of Reagan or Bush and contrasted that with Trump, they would see a very dramatic change in the tone and the policy and the heart and the spirit of the GOP.
Chris Buskirk, how do you read that contrast between this president and another Republican president, Ronald Reagan?
You know, yeah, I'm glad you asked me that question, because when I was listening to Stacey Abrams and her talking about Ronald Reagan, you know, in the 1986 immigration bill, you know, Ronald Reagan said afterwards that he got rolled and that it was a huge mistake that he signed it. So that's, you know, that's a bit of revisionist history there. He did it. He regretted it later, and he thought that it was something that that he could have done better. I think that Reagan and Trump actually stand in a long line of intellectual continuity within the American Republican Party. Reagan's policies were appropriate and salutary for the country in the 1970s, 80s, into the 90s. But our biggest problem right now is not the taxes, marginal taxes need to go down, or that we need to defeat international communism. It's about statesmanship is about applying the same principles to different circumstances. And that's why I think that Donald Trump's stance on things like immigration or on trade, on China, and so on, or what he calls principled realism in foreign policy, I think those are consistent with the Republican Party's principles for a very long time.
So the Pete's point that the fact that he didn't talk about the debt, didn't talk about spending is, I mean,
I'll tell you, this is the strangest thing. There is a bipartisan consensus right now to totally ignore the debt until it blows up in somebody's face. And then I think the plan is just blame it on who's in office then. And it's a huge mistake.
Amy Walter, do you want to pursue that?
on what happens when we get there.
Yeah.
Listen, the two parties are now really reflective of their constituencies and of who their bases are. And we got a very strong example of that in Virginia this week, and the blowback to Governor Northam and the blackface incident. And now, of course, we have the lieutenant governor of the state with sexual assault allegations. It's a Democratic Party now that is reliant on voters of color and women to deliver the votes. The Republican Party is reliant on older white voters to deliver their votes. And so they are reflecting their constituencies. And the constituency that made up the Republican Party in the 1980s, many of those folks now are Democrats. We saw that transition and the realignment in the 2018 election. Those suburban voters who had been voting on fiscal issues for all those years had stuck by Republicans saying, I'm fiscally conservative, I want government to spend my money smartly. Maybe they were a little more socially moderate. They definitely were not happy in 2016 with their choices between Trump and Clinton. Many of them did not vote for Donald Trump. And 2 years later, this is a constituency that I would argue many of them a Reagan constituency that has absolutely abandoned the Republican Party. And now it's small town, rural America, many of which had been the Democrats' base that make up what the Democratic Party is.
So with Karine Jean-Pierre, with the two parties headed in opposite directions, is it smart for the president to do as he did tonight, to say, to say to Democrats, let's work together on a few things, but still to hold, to stick to his guns on the things that he thinks he needs to, to not move on?
There was no surprises in the president's speech tonight. He basically spoke to his base, which is a small and shrinking base, which is something that he does all the time. To me, there was no difference from what he did at the State of the Union address tonight with what he does in front of a rally. He gave maybe 2 minutes or so of bipartisanship, but everything else was a doubling down on divisiveness, hateful rhetoric. And this is just the way Donald Trump is. He believes that in order, if he's looking towards 2020, which it seems to be, that he needs to double out and continue to shore up his small base. He's never been a president for everyone. He's never, from the moment that he stepped into the office, the day of inauguration, it's been about carnage, it's been about divisiveness. So there's no surprises at all, and this is what he is doing, but it's going to hurt the Republican Party. We saw that in November with suburban voters, in particular women. in suburban areas, they're sprinting away from the president and the Republican Party. And also independent voters are sprinting away from the Republican Party. So they're going to be in a tough spot in 2020.
I want to come back to you, Robert Costa, because you started all this by pointing out that the president at this point, despite some talk about reaching across the aisle, is hyper-focused on his base.
And it is, Judy, perhaps historically notable in the way the president disavowed socialism. He addressed the rise of a vigorous new left in this country, a movement that was stoked by Senator Bernie Sanders in his 2016 campaign, was then championed in 2018 by new Democrats like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, the new member from New York. And he is saying to the Republican Party, there will never be a socialist government in this country. That is a rally cry for a right wing in this country that is nervous about this vigorous left. And he is saying that there is a line in the sand between that vision that's emerging on the left and his own that he's cultivated on the right.
Robert Costa reporting for us from the Washington Post. I want to spend the remaining time we have here, Mark, looking at how the president has set the table for this coming year, whether it's immigration, whether it's, I don't know, whether they do something together on infrastructure, but trying to shore up his base and frankly, making sure he's in as strong a possible position, given that there may be a Mueller investigation result that is not favorable to him, we don't know, and any number of other things that could go wrong, other investigations that are leading.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought if in fact he was secure with his base and not worried about losing support with any kind of impeachment effort, which I don't see immediately in the horizon, then doing the infrastructure and particularly drug prices in a bipartisan way, I think is just a political winner for the president. But it was almost cursory. It was almost pro forma the way he did that. I mean, infrastructure has become a throwaway line. It's like the balanced budget constitutional amendment. I mean,
but a lot of people would agree the country's in desperate need.
I agree, but everybody talks about it, but nobody
fixed.
does anything about it. I mean, he asked for $1.5 trillion, and the Congress appointed 21 billion, which was what 1.5%. It was just last year. But he's asking the Congress for a plan instead of coming in with a plan. I mean, and on the prescription drugs, I mean, I think it's a winner for him. But I saw tonight more word paid to it, and not sort of that sense of passion and commitment. That's where you get the coalition. That's where you get the bipartisanship if he really wants it.
And that's something the Democrats have said they would like to work with,
sure
with
they
the
would.
president. Wainer, how has he set the table, do you think, for this coming year?
Well, I don't think the speech will have set the table. I think it was primarily a political speech as opposed to a policy speech. State of the Unions are always a mix. But this is a White House, if you talk to Republicans on Capitol Hill, which I have done, where the policy process is broken. Mm-hmm. So I think you have to view most of these initiatives that he mentioned as basically public relations. Look, the country, unfortunately, is going to be more divided at the end of this year than it is right now, because you have several things that are going to happen. You have a president whose natural instinct is toward the inflammation of the body politic, who seeks to divide. That's what gives him energy. And secondly, he believes that it's in his political interest to do it for the reasons that we've discussed. And third, you're going to have the Mueller report. It was very interesting. At the beginning of the speech, his tone and his countenance struck me. It was like he was hit by a tranquilizer dart. And when did he begin to become animated? It was when he went after this illegal partisan investigation. Mm-hmm. That is the thing that is closest to his heart. That's what he tweets about, and that is what draws his energy. So, I wish it were something else, but I don't think that this speech will have been a foreshadowing of the year to come. I think it'll be viewed as a parenthesis.
So do we just go back to the way things were after the speech, as if
Yeah,
this State of the Union never happened?
I mean,
Amy Walter?
I was reading this line where he said we can build new coalitions, forward new solutions, break decades of political stalemate. A lot of people voted for Donald Trump thinking that's exactly what he was going to do. I don't think they were they weren't totally naive, but they did think here was somebody who's going to come into this process, who's not attached to the party. He has no ideological moorings. He can kind of go wherever he needs to go. And I was wondering that too, that in that moment of time between the election and his inauguration, was there going to be this moment where the president could reach out and create these new coalitions? We knew these new coalitions had formed in the 2016 election, especially in the upper Midwest, that had for years gone Democratic and went to the GOP. So that there was this chance, whether it was with infrastructure, prescription drugs, or the opioid crisis, that could have been the first thing out of the gate. It would have absolutely put Democrats back on their heels because they wouldn't be feeling very unsure of what to do with this, right? Well, we got to work out with the president.
Rather than trying to kill health care.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. Not only kill health care, but the very first thing he did was the was calling for the travel ban, right? That was the first thing out of the box. And at that moment in time, you could see that potential going away. And the other issue, the other reason we're not going to see bipartisanship, there is just an absolute lack of trust there. There was always wariness with the president, but after the debacle over the wall funding, there is not one Democrat right now who I talk to who thinks it's worth putting any stock in anything that the president says to you in private or in public about, whether it is about infrastructure or other things that they can agree on.
And given that, Chris Buskirk, how does this president get anything done that he wants done going forward in this climate?
Yeah, I think there's always the opportunity for a president to reset the table and take action. The question will be, will this one do it? And I, for one, would like to see it. I think I've heard other people who are on the left say in some narrow instances, they would like to see that too. Infrastructure is, again, one of these things. It's been in every speech. Where's the legislation? Pre-existing conditions, those are things that could be done, or at least solutions offered. Drug prices, these are things. But you really have to push a legislative agenda hard. And that requires working with Republicans and Democrats. I don't expect bipartisanship. People like to say that to kind of win the day. Politics are real, the disagreements are real, but there are places where people can find common interests, political interests, and pass some of these things.
Criminal justice reform,
Sure.
and the president keeps coming back to that. And Democrats, Karine, come back to that as well.
Right. It's a first step, hence the name of the now law. And that would be something that Democrats would work on to make it better, along with infrastructure and other things. But it's just not going to happen because of just the speech that we saw tonight. But there were a couple of differences tonight. Something that Donald Trump surely has never seen before is it's probably the first time in his career as a politico that he spoke in front an audience that was majority Democrats. Right? It is a divided government. And that is something that does sit in his craw because he knows the Mueller investigation, the question of impeachment. Now there's the SDNY that he can't even control. There's no one he can fire there.
Southern District of New York.
Yes, right. Southern District of New York. That's now looking at the inaugural committee and sent out subpoenas a couple days ago. So we are living in a new world for Donald Trump. The one thing I want to say that was kind of comical when he talks about women and everybody stands up and clapping and he's acknowledging them. The funny thing about it is he's one of the reasons why many women decided to run in 2018 and take it on because they wanted to be a part of Congress to stop the madness that they were seeing. So it's kind of comical that he was acknowledging it, but he's kind of the catalyst for it too.
It was striking because a lot of these women decided to get in and jump in and run because
of what they were seeing.
Opposed him. Well, our time is just about at an end. I have to say some news is apparently being made tonight. Amy Klobuchar, the senator from Minnesota, has tweeted that she will have an announcement to make, I think, in a few days. So it sounds like maybe she'll be the fourth woman to announce that she's running for president on the Democratic side.
Will they ever be satisfied?
Hey,
Tell me,
we'll
Judy.
talk about it. We'll talk about it.
It's historical.
I just have to thank these wonderful people for sticking with us through this extraordinary State of the Union night. Thank you for joining us. I want to thank again all of our guests, Mark Shields, Pete Wehner, Amy Walter, Karine Jean-Pierre, Chris Buskirk. Thank you all, and of course to our correspondents at the Capitol, Lisa Desjardins, Yamiche Alcindor at the White House, Robert Costa there at the Washington Post. Thank you all, and thank you for watching. Stay with us. Our coverage will continue online. Tomorrow, we'll have our podcast, State of the Union After Show. available at 6 a.m. Eastern. Get up early and watch that, listen to that, and be sure to tune into the NewsHour tomorrow for a full report and analysis. For all of us, the PBS NewsHour, thank you, and we'll see you soon.
You're watching PBS.